Oh, Lazarus, why you so afraid? When the fires are consuming you, when the hounds of hell getting. Why is it so quiet? That. Okay. Bam. Bam. Come on. Nope. Yep. Do 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 do. Doodly doo 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 doo. Oh, ba da 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 bow. Bam, get the. Nope, not that. Wrong button. Ah! Bam. Got that open. Let's get this one open. Real quick. That's good. That's good. I'm here. Okay. Good to go. They're all. I need to move this base just because they consistently forget how to path here for some reason. And I could not tell you why. I have no clue why. Like, pathing at this location is impossible for them. But I currently have a lot of eggs incubating. Hey, what's up, Two Bros? How you doing? I have a lot of eggs incubating, so I'm going to have to wait until after those incubate, because I don't want to take the thing down. Or actually, do I have any eggs? Actually, they might all be good here, because I think I only put... Yeah, okay, these are good. Oh, not too much, man, not too much. How about yourself? Yeah, I'm gonna have to pick a different base for this, because this is just being a whole pain in the ass. Bam. A bunch of Ignises. Oh, that's right. I think I only did 64 Ignis eggs because I wanted to try to see about getting lucky ones. Which is why I have a few more over at the other base breeding. But what you been up to, Two Bros? What you been up to? Artisan and work slave. That's not bad. That's not bad. But I want to get the lucky trade on them, too. Really make them just massive cake makers. I'm breeding one of the more powerful pals in this game. Solely for the purpose of being able to make a lot of cake really fast. bam. Let's go, let's go. I wish... One thing I do wish that they would change. One big thing I wish that they would change is make it so you didn't have to hold incubate to get the actual, because it's a few extra seconds, but if I could just walk down this F, and be able to get the eggs, it would save me so much time and just, like, annoyance when I'm doing these massive, like, 4-starring a pal and having to breed 116 pals. Just a small change they can make. And I don't really see any reason not to do that. Aside from just, let's make it take a little bit longer so it's a little bit more difficult for them, but why? It already takes, like with these huge eggs, it already takes, at best, 36 hours to catch it. Don't make me waste even more time to finish it. Go eat some fucking food, my guy. Okay, hold on. I'm going to... Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take all of these pals that are currently here. I am going to make sure they are all favorited so I remember which ones I'm using. I'm going to just put W for worker so I can remember which one specifically, because I have other ones that are favorited of the same type for different reasons. W. 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 Bam, 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 bam. These guys are all fine because they don't have problems pathing. I have no clue why. And it wasn't a problem until one of the more recent updates, and then all of a sudden, they just have trouble pathing at this base. And I've taken them out and put them back in, I've moved stuff around, and they just consistently have trouble pathing at all. Okay. Okay, coolsies. I'm gonna go ahead and delete all of these so I can move them later. I'm happy they don't, like, have a... Like, some crafting games like this, they do the thing where if you unbuild something in whatever their way of unbuilding it is, you lose a portion of the resources. I'm happy this doesn't do that. Hold on, let me go ahead and yoink myself over there. That didn't work. Great. Woo-boom! Come on, do. 12, 13. I don't know why I'm counting it, because it's going to be exactly the same. Actually, it's going to be less next time, because I realized I did not need as many incubators, because I thought it was 128 that I needed to hatch. It's 116. So 12 less. Did it again. I don't know why I thought it would be any different this time. Okay. Bam, 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 bam. let's see. Okay. Let's go ahead and hatch all these. Then I need to find a new place to set up as a breeding location. Whoops. Because this one is not working. But first, I'm actually going to... I'm going to try to fight Bella Noir here. So I'm at the point where I should maybe be able to beat Bella Noir. I just need to power level some of my dragon types. I'm also going to remove all the resources from here. So that if Belle Noir just decides to shit fuck my base, I won't be screwed. Bam. Do. This takes way too long. Bam. Boom. Wachow. Wachaza. Meliklikli Maha. Oh my god. Okay. Come on. Let's get them all. Hopefully one of these is at least the perfect form of what I want. Because I'm trying to breed Yakumos, because Yakumos, their special ability is that if you're fighting with them, like if they're out in fighting with you, you are more likely to encounter pals that have the same passive traits that they do. So I'm breeding 3 basically perfect Yakumos that have specific traits that I would want. So one of them is specifically to increase running speed, so it has runner, swift. It'll have runner, swift, and nimble along with lucky. But honestly, if that one doesn't have lucky and it has runner, swift, and nimble, I'll be fine with that. Because lucky doesn't help with run speed at all. And then I'm breeding ones that have, what is it? Work slave, artisan, and I think conceited is the one I ended up getting for it, but I might have gotten... No, I think I might have gotten nocturnal. That way it'll work through the night. And then I'm breeding one that has ferocious, musclehead, and hooligan to increase attack power as much as possible. And that will be plenty good to start using to capture pals. That will be the most optimal for fighting. And then breeding those pals to make more powerful pals or better pals that are more optimal for fighting. Which you can't technically breed to get a pal that is stronger, except for in very specific situations. Or, I mean, I don't know, maybe, because each pal has a breeding number attached to it, which, when you breed a pal, it takes the average of those 2 numbers. So, add those 2 numbers together, divide it by 2, and creates a pal that has the most similar, the closest breeding number to that average. But, and I think breeding number, if I remember correctly, I think breeding number is attached to, like, how rare and how powerful the pal is, but it might not be. And then there's specific cases, like with Yormantide Ignis, It is very specifically the only way, which is why you could get the same PAL from multiple different breeding combinations. But Yormantide Ignis and some other ones like that, particularly the ones that are like, it's Yormantide Ignis or Warsec Terra or any of the ones that have like a different elemental typing on top of the regular ones typing. That's just, you have to breed these specific two things together, and that's the only way to get it. And it has nothing to do with breeding number. Yeah, this area just has way too many problems with pathing, and I don't know why. I'm not sure why there is a pathing issue. Because at first I thought, like, okay, they were having trouble. They would spawn at the PAL box, and then they wouldn't be able to leave the PAL box, and the PAL box was on the ground. I'm like, okay, well, I'll build a foundation, put the PAL box on top of that. And then that kind of worked a little bit, and then an update got released, and all of a sudden they started having trouble with pathing again. So every time I come to pick them up, they're starving. And they get starving long enough, they get suppressed and fractures and everything else, which means I have to make medicine for them to fix them, and it's a whole problem. Whoop. Scoobity-doop. Swoop. Bam, bam. Guess I can get rid of all these. I want to leave the 6 for the Yakimos temporarily. I don't think they need a bed. Well, I'm also going to end up putting them away here soon, so that actually doesn't matter at all. Come on. Let me... There you go. Wait, what the fuck? Oh. Wood. And civilization course, that's taking up a lot of space. Okay. Bam. Get rid of the ranch. Because the ranch became useless because nothing I put in the ranch, no matter what I did, could ever path the food, so they just ended up... Or path to the ranch. So sometimes they would teleport back to the PAL box and not be able to get to the ranch. Which also was a problem. Whoop. Scoopity-doop. Scoopity-doop. Audium, that's coolsies. Bam. Bam, I'm going to go pick up all these eggs and take them over to the other spot. Ooh, a supply drop. I don't know if it's a useful supply drop, but a supply drop. So this is not a high level area really, but it's a higher level area than my other breeding base, which means might have something useful. I don't know. Okay. Where's my dad's move? Bam! When the fires are surrounding you. Fuck off, B-Guard. Nope, don't care about any of you. I'm just here to kill some people and steal their stuff. Watch out! Boom. Stamina, crude oil, blah, blah, blah. I mean, a stamina elixir I'm not going to complain about. Some free ammo, although I don't use coarse ammo anymore for any reason, so worthless to me. Let's go. Woo. Oop. Scoopity doop. My God. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Son of a bitch. This is full too, isn't it? Yep. Shit. Okay. Teleport time. Go over here. Drop this off. Let's see. I cleared out a lot of these the other day. This one fully cleared out? Nope. This one fully cleared out? Nope. This one, kinda. I'm actually, you know what? I am gonna fully clear it out. Put all that shit there. Then empty all of this. For now into there. And over to there. I can't empty everything into that because, yep. I set rules for that one to stop my pals from putting shit in there I didn't want in there. Back over here. Gather the rest of these eggs. Okay. Put the rest of the eggs in here. Bunch of eggs there, bunch of eggs there. Whoop. Are any of those hatched, I think? I'm not gonna worry about that right now. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. First, before I decide what to do with the Yakimos, I'm gonna go check to see which ones I got. Okay. Oh, got these ones too. I have space for these ones. There's 20 more. Yeah, I have space. The fact that they keep picking up negative traits that none of their parents even have, that is frustrating. Traits in general that neither of their parents have is frustrating. Because I don't want them to have them. But even more so when they're the negative ones. Because at least if they're the positive ones, I can eventually be like, you know what, fuck it, it's fine. Okay, boom. Boom. Go. Let's go. Okay, this is going to be annoying because it's going to take a while for that to stop happening. My PAL deck number, neutral, bam. Yeah. Bam, don't care about any of those. Artisan workaholic, that's great. Actually, I'm going to go to the other base while I decide, because I might have one that's not what I want, but it's at least going to be better for breeding purposes to get all 4 traits. If I have one, if I'm trying to breed the fighty one, and it has Hooligan, Musclehead, and... oh shit, what was it? Hooligan, Musclehead, and Ferocious, but doesn't have Lucky, then I'll just breed it with a Lucky one. There you are. Okay. I'll need to be able to compare it to see if that's useful. Lucky Musclehead. I think my female one already has Musclehead. Yeah, already has Lucky Musclehead and Hooligan. Just trying to get Ferocious onto it. Don't care. Nope, nope, nope. Although I am specifically breeding Mercy Hit into things just so that I can get a capture team. Nope. Not useful. Also had Hooligan. But Ferocious is what I'm trying to breed into that, so... Runner, Lucky Note, Runner, Lucky Note. Nimble Runner. That was... fuck. Where was he? Where were you? Where was Nimble Runner? Nimble Runner. Runner Swift, which is better. Okay, none of these have traits that I want. Runner Lucky, Runner Nimble. Again, not what I want. Lucky Workaholic, don't care. Don't care, don't care. Nope. Work Slave Hooligan, nope. Those counteract each other because Work Slave minus attack plus work speed plus attack minus work speed. Fuck, I lost my track. Nope, 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 nope. Lucky, Arson, Lucky, Impatient, Work Slave, nope. Work Slave Hooligan, nope, that's where I was. Runner Masochist, nope, nope. Nope. Arson, Lucky, nope. Arson Noble, nope. Mercy, hit no. Workaholic, Lucky, no. Lucky Runner, no. Shit, come on. Mine Foreman. Swift Runner. That might be good, because this one is Swift. No, because I need to breed Nimble into it. Musclehead Lucky, nope. Musclehead Lucky, nope. Artisan, Lucky Hooligan, Musclehead. Let's see. Lucky Hooligan and Musclehead are all ones that I want. That's on a female. And that's I already got it, but better because it doesn't have the negative. Yeah. Nimble, nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. I've bred so many of these things, and none of them have any of the like combinations I care about. And I mean the problem. Okay, hold on. Nimble, Swift, Lucky. It's basically going to be the same trade-off. Swift, Hooligan, Nimble, Capacitor, Sadist. Lucky Musclehead. I'm trying to use a male to put Ferocious onto. Arskin, Nimble, Lucky Runner, Nimble, nope. Philanthropist, nope. Nimble, Swift, nope. Maybe? No, not really, because that one already has Nimble. Also had Swift, lucky runner, lucky, no. Easy going, nope, lucky, fine. Runner, workaholic, nimble. Runner, nimble, no. Swift, runner. Sorry, got that. I mean, it might be good to have, because this one also doesn't have lucky, which is going to be the problem. Is if I get one with all those but doesn't have lucky. Ferocious Serenity, Ferocious. If I could get a Ferocious Lucky, then I'll trade that out. Lucky works. Nope, nope. Oh my god. Nimble Runner, no. Hooligan, nope. Musclehead, nope. Lucky, nope. Oh my god. I don't know what the statistics are, and I could probably run the math to see how many I would have to breed to, like, almost guarantee that I get it. I don't want to do that. I just want to get the damn thing. Artisan, Masochist, Work Slave. Nope. Artisan, Lucky Capacitor, nope. None of these have any of the traits that I want, so I'm keeping you guys. I favorited you just to have one with Mercy hit. I do have a Ferocious I could potentially breed on that, but it's also not lucky, so it'd be kind of pointless changing those out. Unless I decided I wanted to just... If I got something I wanted to breed multiple sets of things with the same traits to maximize time efficiency. Okay, gonna go here and condense a fuck ton of stuff. Doop. I'm gonna pick just fucking one of you. You're already maxed out, so I'm gonna max you out. Actually, no, because I don't... Well, I don't want to have to get rid of you later when I actually get my perfect ones. Because that would be sad. I did have one that was almost perfect. I just needed to breed one trait onto it. And I fucked up and actually condensed it instead of using it for the condensation base. It kind of made me upset, but I was like, I'll just get it back soon. Apparently not. Apparently I won't get it back soon. How many of these guys am I gonna have to murder? Basically. Okay, bam. Okay, let's see. Bam, I'm gonna go here and hatch all the ones there that are ready for it. Which ones are ready? Because this was just me trying to get rid of all the excess eggs that I have because I did the math wrong. With a little help from Randy, I did the math wrong. And, thought I needed 128 and only needed 116, so I ended up consistently making 12 more and have a whole bunch of eggs left over. So I decided to clear up some space. I think all these ended up being 50s, so none of them are ready yet. Yeah, none of them are ready yet. Whoops! There we go. Those were just a bunch of dire howls. Okay. Just a whole bunch of milk and honey. That should... Why is there so little honey? I have a perfect bee guard. Why is it making so little honey? I guess if no one's on, it doesn't do the ranching thing. If people haven't been on as much, like since last night when I put it back in there. No, it's because you're putting it over there like a piece of shit. That's why. Here I was giving you the benefit of the doubt, game. If it weren't for the fact... Actually, hold on. I could set this up to only take prepared food, but then I'd have to remember to feed them, to put the food in. You have a fracture. Do I have the medicine for that? Is that what I had being made? I think I had the medicine for depression. Whoopsie daisy. Yeah, that's just weakened and depressed, not fracture. I'm going to go ahead and make some for fracture right now, just in case, but I don't have the horns to make the fracture medication. I might have some. I'm not sure. Let's see here. Did I put it in there? Wouldn't be there. It would be up here. Nope. Down here? Nope. I didn't put anything over here, I don't think. Excuse me. Nothing there. Cool. Let me make another one of these real quick, just as a temporary holding spot. You guys go ahead and make that for me, thank you. I am going to drop this so I have enough room to grab everything that's in here. What? Everything that's in there, except for apparently that one thing. What am I going to drop? I'll drop Terracotta leaf, because I don't give a shit. Okay. Do you seriously not finish it because I walked away for 2 seconds? You're going to be a little dick like that? Don't know why TikTok, which I haven't even gone on in a while because I just decided to stop posting, has decided to tell me about Travis Scott arrested as a search. I don't care. I truly could not give a shit. Ugh. Why aren't you better at building things, Orsurk? I'm gonna deposit all of this shit in there. There, just to keep track of it. Actually, these can all go into one of my own containers. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. I have my party that I need to level up a bit more to try to take on Bella Noir, because I doubt that will be enough. Okay. What do I need to build the altar? I need 100 stone, 200 palladium. I'm going to grab it from over here to make sure I'm not losing anything for rebuilding that base somewhere else. Oop. 100 stone, 200 palladium. Bam. Bam. $13. And I'm actually going to take a bit more because I want to build some defensive walls around the POW box because it suggested that you do that. Oh, thank you. It suggested that you do that so that Bella Noir doesn't destroy your POW box. Because if Bella Noir destroys your POW box, all the POWs that you have out helping you fight her will disappear. I want to see if anyone's on that wants to help me. Anyone on? Want to help me take on Bella Noir a bit? Okay, cool. Let's go. Okay. Ah, shit, forgot to grab those eggs. Put that all there. Well, bam. This grappling hook is really the best thing. I remember this the first time I played through, just being like, I don't need a grappling hook. Stupid. Why would you need a grappling hook? No, the grappling hook is so useful. Specifically, just for like moving bases and shit when you run out of carry weight. I'm going to put the summoning altar over here. How long will it take me to build this by myself? Not long, so I'm not going to bother putting out a POW for it. Okay. What? Okay, I'm going to... Let's see, foundation, stone... Stone gate, I'm going to put right here. That actually does take build time. What the fuck? Bless you. Okay. Then defensive walls. Does it link onto it? Apparently not. That's dumb. Why doesn't the defensive wall link onto the stone gate? The defensive walls are the only thing you'd be using for the stone gate. Okay. Doesn't have to be pretty, because once Belle Noir is dead, I'm moving bases. Bam. Coolsies. I'm gonna build a fucking bed here so I can skip nights while I'm setting everything up. Roof, bam. Infrastructure. God damn, I got rid of the wool, didn't I? Shit. I'm grateful that the load time switching bases isn't, like, teleporting isn't, like, super long. I did not know that they animated the moon crossing. That's really cool. Okay. I'm going to have the guys over there be making the Belle Noire slab. Then if I can get as many dragon-type pals ready to go as possible. This is production similar to... Do I actually need to physically have them in my inventory? I think I do. I had that problem before where it wasn't letting me make it, and then I had them in my inventory. Belle Noire slab fragment. Whoop. There you are. Doesn't even take long, but I will have that there. I'm going to go ahead and get some of those. I have 20. I have space for 20 more eggs right there, so I'm going to get some of them for the Yakimos going right now before I forget. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 18, 19, 20. Oop. Okay, what am I going to need? I'm going to set up defensive positions. This is a dragon type, so I don't know if... What sort of defenses do I want to set up? Because I know I can set up a machine gun nest, but I don't know if that's actually going to be fucking useful. Or he's not a dragon type, he's a dark type, so I need dragon type damage against it. I mean, the machine gun nest might be useful because I don't think I have enough dragon types in general, let alone leveled up, to easily take on. Belle Noire. I can go see which alpha dragon types are available that are decently high level that I can just catch real quick, like. Let's see, what do I got? What do I got in terms of potential defenses? I do need to get Pal Metal Helmet, but I can't right now. Attacks with fire missile when ridden. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to run through a few dungeons. Mounted machine gun. How good is the mounted machine gun? How good is the mounted machine gun Power World? Yeah, base that's surrounded by like 15, 20 sheep and machine gun nests. I mean, the box with the ammo are likely to... Okay, hold on. Since it requires rifle ammo to use, place ammo in the chest, and the deployed POW will automatically load the weapon. Does it require rifle ammo or... or assault rifle ammo? Hold on. I mean, it might be better than nothing, kind of thing. So I don't have a lot of dragon pals of any significant level. I mean, I got a lot of Yormtide Ignises now. That is true. But again, not of any significant level. Poplin Chillits, he's got a lot of dragon, Ephidron, Laxosaurus. I could get these guys leveled up somewhat quickly. Bam. Bam. If I'm gonna do some dungeon crawling, I'm gonna make sure to have some Dazzy Clouds in case I get sucked underneath the universe. How did I know you were gonna say that? Okay, hold on. How do I not have this? I already said I had the stuff for it, though. Oh, I have the stuff for it, but I never unlocked it. But that's right, because that's why I'm stupid. Okay, I'm gonna grab this. Have you make 2 of these for me. I can do it myself. Doop, 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 boo, doo. I got a key to open the other chest. That was kind of awesome. Ryan Metal Schematic. Some of these, this. Forge Refinement Armor. Okay, let's see. And hopefully doing this will help me get some high-level pal. So I have the stuff to make gunpowder right now. Nope, I need more sulfur. Okay. So I'm also going to get to mining some sulfur. I want to get chillets at a high level too, actually. Because it has an ability that lets you... It makes all your attacks dragon... Like your player attacks dragon type. Which will mean if I get the assault rifle and get a lot of... Well, I have the assault rifle. If I get a lot of ammo for the assault rifle, I can just bam, 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 bam at Belle Noire and help do more damage to it. But for the moment, let's... Where did... Oh, yeah, because I put it in the other chest because I was stupid. Handgun, meteor launcher. Do have some gunpowder there, but it doesn't matter. Bam, bam, bam. Assault rifle ammo, rifle ammo. I don't have any shotgun ammo, so I don't need that. I do need that. Oh, I need the actual fucking rifle. Wait, that was the double barrel shotgun because I already have the rifle. I'm stupid. No, I'm pretty stupid. I'm okay with it. Let's see real quick. Are there any high level... I know Yormantide's level 45, so I can grab him real quick. 23. High level dragon types. I might be able to get Menacing. I don't know if it's a dragon type. I could probably get Menacing. I could probably grab Menacing real quick. I could get more Dynawesome Luxes. Let's see. Because leveling them up will be a pain in the ass, but capturing them at a high level doesn't cost me anything, except for a few spheres. Easy day. Yeah. What's up, Isaac? How you doing? I thought you said you weren't going to be available today. Whatcha? Turn your head, boy. Bam! Got him. Okay, well, hey. If you want to try to do Bronzebeard Tavern in a bit, I'm definitely down for that. I've been wanting to try that. But I wanted to try to at least... I wanted to at least try to get the Belle Noire raid done once. Fuck. No, you leave me alone. You leave me all the way the fuck alone. Oh, cool. What'd you shoot? And did you go to, like, a indoor range, outdoor range? What was the situation? Tell me about it. Okay, give me a second. After this fight, I'll pull you into VC. Fuck. I love that it lets you throw spheres through your pals, but it does not let you grapple through your pals. And that might just have something to do with it being able to realize the target. Like, the sphere is its own entity. So when you're throwing it, but you're not throwing it at a direction, or you're not throwing it at a thing, whereas the grappling hook has to be thrown at a thing. Fuck. Ah! Oh, hi, glitchy boy. There you go. Let's get you down from there. Come on, get in the ball. I don't want to risk my Yormantide killing it. I'm actually going to do this. Whoops. That would have been bad, because he might have killed it. A lot lower level, but type advantage. Are you just... Did you just give up, buddy? If you just gave up, then just get in the fucking sphere. Awesome. Okay, let me pop you in. Hello, both of you.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing? Okay, Isaac, you said your first time shooting a firearm. How'd it go? What was it? What'd you shoot?
Sure. We went to just an outlet range, and I forget the exact stuff, but I shot two different types of pistols, two shotguns, and an assault rifle.
You didn't shoot an assault rifle.
Probably not. It was
You
just, it
shot
looked good.
a AR equivalent, probably. You shot a weapon that is modeled after an assault rifle, but legally, probably no. You did not shoot an assault rifle, unless like, was it like, did your dad run it, or was it being run by like
We
a
went to,
company?
a company.
So okay, in that case, sometimes you can actually get your hands on military grade weapons if they have special license and you're under their strict instruction.
So
Did-
AR equipment.
Did it go
Probably.
full auto?
Even if it could, you weren't allowed to shoot it, but I don't think it did. It was just regular and single.
Yeah, okay. Then more than likely you shot like an AR equivalent. You shot like something modeled after
Yeah.
like an AR-15 or something like that. But except in very special situations, like some companies have licenses where they can allow you to shoot machine guns. And by the way, don't ever. It's not worth it. You'll drop so much money shooting a machine gun, and at best it's 10 cents a round, and it fires hundreds of rounds a minute. So, it's not worth it. It's not worth it just for the funsies because you get about a minute for a fuck ton of money, and some of those rounds are like 50 cents a round. But that's awesome.
And then-
That's cool. Shotgun, a few pistols, and a long rifle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's just getting past it's just the first shot is the most nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I can see how that is. I grew up around it, and did not have that sort of nerves the first time I shot. The first weapon I ever shot was a shotgun.
Same.
And my grandfather just gave me a shotgun, told me to shoulder it, and it was a big shotgun, and said, "Here, fire at that," and it knocked me on my ass.
Dang.
But honestly, I was always a little bit more nervous firing a handgun when I was younger for the first time than I was like a rifle, just because the way the kick works, where a rifle kick will kick into your shoulder, and yeah, that hurts. But my grandfather loaded his own rounds, so he liked to occasionally hot load around, especially with revolvers, where he would put a lot more powder in that shell casing. So it would kick a lot hard. You'd fire like the first three and be like, "Oh, this is fine," and then the fourth one, boom! It's like, "Thanks, pop up." But that's awesome, man. That's cool. You have fun?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was a lot of fun doing it for the first time. And then afterwards, what do we do? What do we do? Oh yeah, we also had the clay birds or whatever.
Clay
they're called.
pigeons.
Yeah, but we got to get those like launched out and then shoot them.
Yeah, that's called skeet shooting.
Yeah, I hit a couple. I think I hit 5, maybe 6 total
Out of how many?
from them.
Okay, I mean,
I
I can't give you shit because it was your first time shooting. It's the big thing with shooting clay pigeon shooting is learning to lead the target. Because the pellets only travel so fast, and the target is so far away, moving at such a distance that you don't shoot where it is; you shoot where it's gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, I bet you did.
And now I'm back.
Coolsies. Hold on. I'm trying to capture a few more dragon types that are already high level, like a few of the alpha dragon types, to man my base when I summon this Bella Noir fight, because it kicked my ass last time. But I have my party decked out in dragon types, except for my Hell's Fire, which I can get rid of my Hell's Fire. I can trade it out for something when the fight comes, and my Days of Moon when the fight comes. But I think I'll be fine. But yes, Skull Kid, I might need your help.
I think you got it. I think you're a higher level probably than you were the first time you tried it.
Oh, much higher level. I'm level 45 now, which is what like the websites were recommending being when you fight this thing. But it's still like it's. My main concern is like I think I'd be able to do it if there wasn't a time limit. I think I could easily do it if there wasn't a time limit. Because I'm pretty good at siphoning out pals and then throwing down a tanky one to give the other ones times to heal and shit like that. But that 10-minute time limit might be the problem.
Is the time limit's also hard because then they start getting hungry. So I've heard what people do is they swap them into their party so they can eat automatically through your whatever you have stashed on your food box or whatever, your food pouch.
Yeah. That's yeah. How fast do they get hungry? I guess I've never really paid that much attention to it.
I think it depends on which one it is. But usually, if you put your cursor over it, has the food icon bar of how much they consume.
Yeah. For this mine shaft. Boom, boom, boom. Oops, wrong way. We'll try to get this Dinosaur. There, you'll be able to fight it. But how you doing, Skull Kid? How you been?
Doing all right.
Yeah?
How about yourself?
Been all right. I'm slowly getting ahead on video stuff, and I'm learning more and more now. When I know I'm going to be making a video out of something, I tell the story in such a way that's like I'm gonna go ahead and just have this all in one go, so I don't have to search through stuff.
That makes sense.
And based on some comments I've been receiving, I try not to move around as much in game when I'm telling a story because I tend to like circle around a lot. And people are like, "Yeah, it's making me dizzy." I'm like, oh, yeah, makes sense.
I never thought of that.
Yeah. Well, a lot of times when I watch storytelling stuff, it's background noise. I'm not actually watching the thing. But I guess a lot of people do actually watch it. So it's like, okay, yeah. If I'm not going to be like going linearly, I stop. Or I make more points to stop a little bit more often, so... Getting ahead on that. Pretty psyched about like the channel growth just the last few days. Like on the 6th, I hit 500. The very next day, I hit 415. The next day, I hit 425. And I'm at like 440 something right now. Or 540. 5 on all that.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah. So it's getting a lot of growth really quickly now where it's like yesterday was the first day in a few days that I didn't get at least 10 new subscribers, and it's because I only posted one thing and it didn't really do well because it was just kind of I'm going to see how this goes.
That's great though. That's what you're looking for. Is that kind of viral kind of click sensation.
Yeah. What I'm most psyched about now is seeing a lot more of both my shorts and my long form videos continuing to get views like several days in, because normally for a long time the shorts would only get views during a 2-hour period, and then after that they would just stop. And now it's like, okay, they're continuing to get, some of them were continuing to get, and the ones that were successful, the ones that did really well, would hit that initial spike and then continue to get views for potentially several hours. Now I'm getting a lot more of them that, one, are getting, oh shit, a huge view spike, and then continuing to get pretty good views, like a few hundred an hour for several days. Oh shit, no, I didn't want to go in the ocean! Fuck. But then some of them that are like not getting any like huge spike, but they're just getting from the onset getting 100 views, 200 views, 300 views an hour, and that's just going on for several days. I'm like, yeah, this is more so like what I want. It's not, spike and then away, but like consistency, because the more there's that consistency, the more time other stuff of mine is going to be promoted, because YouTube, the algorithm is going to be like, oh yeah, this is this is taking off, so we're gonna start pushing more of his stuff, or this he's getting a lot of views from this, so let's start showing more of his stuff. But I'm pretty psyched about that. I'm feeling good about that.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah,
I'm glad to hear it.
yeah. How's the your DMing going? Like, how many? Because I know you do like professional DMing, but how many like different, I guess, customer bases do you have?
Right now I'm not running as much as I used to.
Yeah.
But right now I actually have quite a good group of people that are just every week we meet up and we've had session probably for like 3 years.
Jesus.
That's the crazy part is like, and then they just love playing and it's just become a weekly thing and they love the group they're in and so they're always like, what's the next adventure, what's the next thing we're doing, and it's just fantastic to have people like that not only support you as a dungeon master or game master, but also just as a group, because at the end of the day it's a group effort. I can only do so much.
Yeah.
The group dynamic is really what makes it special.
Yeah. I mean, that's the big thing with most like D&D groups and stuff like that too, is like the DM can only carry so much, but if all the players aren't in sync in what they're looking for, because I tend to lean more towards, I like a good bit of role play, and I like the combat to be done in such a way that allows for very unique solutions to problems. So not just like, I want to use my move set that I have and burn this spell slot to do this and do this much damage and then this and this and this. But I want someone to describe the environment to me and then me be able to take advantage of that environment to do something. Like at one point during a one shot, they described how this demon, I can't remember what it was some demon that was in a hallway. We're in a cramped hallway. And they described there being a chandelier. I was like, okay, well, where is the chandelier positioned? And I like, what's here? And I took a turn, and when we got him lured closer to underneath the chandelier, and I shot the chandelier, and the chandelier dropped on him. It's like, okay, cool. Let's figure out how to determine how much damage dropping a big ass chandelier on him did. So stuff like that, like rather than just that rote kind of, I'm gonna do this attack or this spell at this, and it's gonna do this much damage. So I like combat that is like, I guess role-playing combat. I don't know what the correct terminology for that would be. But I've been in one-shots where it's like either the DM just didn't really have the ability with themselves to think on the fly like that, or the rest of the party was just like, let's just fight, or let's just role-play, and there wasn't really any combat, or there wasn't really any unique role-play, or one or the other kind of thing.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
I enjoy like I said, that creative kind of side. I would consider that strategy and tactics. Using your environment is one of the tools that you have, so you should be able to use it to its full effect. Recently, one of my groups ran into a green dragon in a forest, and they're like, "Oh shit, we don't want to fight this guy." And I'm like, "Come on, epic fight! You guys won't die, I promise." And they're like, "Nah, fuck this." So they lit the forest on fire, used pass without a trace, and snuck behind him while he was trying to put the fires out. And I'm like, well, "What am I supposed to do? The dragon's gonna put out the fire."
you got to be able to think on the fly like that. I mean, like I told you about the one session I had with the one group I was a part of, where it was the entire session was supposed to be going through this dungeon, but he had set up all these creatures that had synaptic links to each other that were within range of each other, and I grabbed one, crushed it in my hand, because a little spider with these big spiders next to it that were the links, crushed it in my hand and rolled a nat 20. So he's like, okay, so and basically what it turned out to be is we went further into the dungeon, because that happened right outside of it. We went further into this dungeon, and just saw ashes lying everywhere. And it's like, okay, cool. Well, what do you want to do? And we looted the place and shit. And then he's like, okay, well, so you guys are heading back to town. And then said afterwards, like, yeah, I planned for that dungeon to take the entire session. So you guys going to town, and he came up with a lot of good role play on the spot for us going through the town. And and was like ready to go with it. There's these characters. I started a church, or I got a whole bunch of people worshiping my fake god that started building a church for me. Someone else started a restaurant, and that restaurant he rolled like I think he actually rolled 100 because he had to roll 100-sided die, or D100, however the fuck you want to call it. Yeah, because it's not actually 100 sides. Yeah. And he got 100 on it, so he's like, "Okay, cool. So you have this wildly successful restaurant that's going to get you income for the." We had a lot of weird shit because I rolled a nat 20 on charming these parishioners too to start worshiping me. So he's like, "Okay, you roll a D100," and then he did his thing. You roll a D100, and I got like 87 on my D100. So I got 87 new parishioners, and it's like it had a church being built for me and all this different shit. It's like, yeah, so that's kind I like that mix of role play and combat that is not just like you're playing a JRPG and taking turns choosing which spell to cast.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I like tactical video games too, but it's not the same. And when I first played Baldur's Gate 3, that was one of my biggest critiques. Is this game's trying to replicate a D&D experience, and it's going to be very difficult. And one of my biggest comments is, instead of trying to replicate D&D, you should try to embrace the community that loves this type of game, which is like the people who are craving Dragon Age, and how all of them just love dating sims.
Yeah.
Because they just go through Dragon Age to date things, and lo and behold, after that, I don't think the characters were ever quite the same.
Yeah. Yeah. I do love though that because they did put some of that unique stuff, because I watched the video because I only got so far in Baldur's Gate and then I just kind of forgot about it, and I've been telling myself to go back and play it and I just haven't. But
and like 95% of the people that play it,
yeah,
that's the crazy part to me, is that majority of people who play it don't finish or get far into the game.
I'm kind of like that with a lot of games though, because I did that with like Skyrim and Fallout a lot too. Where like I would get the game, and then with Skyrim and Fallout and Oblivion when I first got it, it wasn't like I stopped playing it. As like, well, I'm kind of getting bored of playing in this style, so I'm going to start a new character and play in this style, and then it would take me years to finish it. But with a lot of games, I kind of or especially ones that are long, I'll get like, okay, I either get busy or I get distracted or 1,000 other things.
Yeah, that's definitely a long game too. Like,
yeah,
you're in it for the long haul.
Yeah, and I started or I watched a video that someone was showing that they had like someone a druid polymorphed into a bear and then jumped off of something and landed on a target, and they had a factored in damage, so it did a fuck ton of damage because they factored in, okay, it's this distance falling this far at this weight, and it did a shit ton of damage to this boss because of the way they set up. Like, that's a really cool thing that they included in the game because they knew someone was going to do something like that.
Oh, 100%. I think, yeah, owlbear jumping on people, stuff like that. Yeah.
So I like the fact that they did that, because they definitely were trying to make it D&D. It's just really hard to fully make a game that is D&D on a computer, because the number one thing every like person says is, your best laid plans fall apart at first sight of the player. Like, the DM has to be able to think on the fly, and a video game can't really do that.
Yeah. And that's one of the hardest parts. I mean, it is what it is. Larian Studios is amazing.
Yeah.
They've been great when they did the Divinity series, and so I knew that they were going to do a fantastic job on it. There's just certain things, I think because it was an early access when I first started testing it, and there were certain things like, oh, you could have done this. I'm like, how am I supposed to know that?
Yeah.
Like, there's so many things that, like, they're supposed to be like, if you were playing D&D, the DM or the game master would give you more of a cue to kind of be like, oh, so there's something I can do here, I could do a check, or there's something suspicious, and sometimes the most suspicious thing is when the DM says, yeah, I assume everything is fine in the room,
yeah,
right? And they don't say anything. That's usually one of the biggest tells of, oh, there's something more here, I should look.
But also it's great when they say that with everything, every
Yeah.
time. So you don't get more suspicious, because then it stops players after a while from metaing the game, because they're like, well, if he's saying that every single time, but also it's fun seeing people panic because the DM said, well, you don't see anything, you don't notice anything, but like, well, what the fuck is what am I not noticing?
I'm blind.
I also do, though, as much as I like having that really expansive role play, I played a few one-shots like at cons and stuff with people that want to run every possible check for everything, and then the DM just lets them because they're trying to be a good host and it's at a con and shit like that. But it's like I did one shot at GalaxyCon last year. Yeah, last year. And this girl who had said she had never played D&D before. It was her first time playing D&D or any TTRPG. Every turn, she was like, okay, I want to run a nature check to see this. I want to run a knowledge check to figure out this. I want to run this. It's like, we're playing a mod. We're playing a mod, motherfucker. There's only so much detail put in, and you're wasting everyone's time. And the DM is trying to so politely hint at you that what you're doing is pointless. But he just kind of like, okay, well, you can roll the dice, and you can tell he's like, there's nothing that's going to come from this. But didn't want to tell her to stop, because when you're trying to advertise for your company that runs, it was Goblins and Growlers. That was if you know who they are.
Yeah, I've heard that name before.
Yeah, they're in
here.
Richmond. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been to any of their events yet. I see. The thing is, there's some players that are like that because they've had a DM that's literally been like, you have to poke everything with a stick.
Yeah.
You know, and it's okay to be super cautious, especially when you're like a dungeon crawler. But outside of a dungeon crawler, you have so much more creativity and freedom to express yourself.
Yeah. I mean, this was a person who had said she had never played a TTRPG or D&D before. So I think it was almost a matter of like just was expecting more from a mod, or maybe did not understand that a mod is just a tiny little booklet that you have that tells you what the story is. Because it was literally a mod that was like maybe 10, 15 pages long of details and stuff. Yeah. So there's only so much detail that is built in there, and only like so much that can really be done with it. So that was kind of like forgivable. It was annoying. What got really fucking annoying is like my turn would come around. I'd say, I'm going to do this. She's like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. I was like, oh. And at one point I said, I'm going to fucking do it anyways. But I can't remember what I said, but I basically implied that if she didn't stop doing that in character, I made sure to do it in character, but implied that if she didn't start doing that, I was going to eat her. Because it's a Dragonborn.
Yeah, you should never tell someone else how to play the character. That is a big no-no.
Yeah, she used at one point, we were trying to interrogate someone. She was playing a paladin, and we were trying to interrogate someone to get more information out. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna go intimidate them, and I'm gonna go interrogate them. I'm gonna roll intimidation and blah 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 blah. And what's up, Melon? And she's like, no, don't do that. It's like, I'm going to do it anyways. And she's like, okay, I use calm emotions on him. And I'm like, fine. I calmly go interrogate him and threaten his family. Like
That's even creepier.
Yeah.
Isaac, have you ever played Dungeons and Dragons?
Oh, he plays Dungeons. He's plays Dungeons and Dragons all the fucking time. He doesn't show up to stream sometimes because he'd rather hang out with his real friends playing Dungeons and Dragons.
It's just Tuesdays and Wednesdays that I do it.
Hey, like I say, if you die in real life, you die in the game.
So I talked to Skull about this, but it was someone, I think it was either Tommy, Deadman's, or HDTV's idea. And I talked to you about it, Skull, but we're going to try to do a D&D with chat thing.
That's a really cool idea.
Yeah, I want to try to do a D&D with chat thing where it's going to be, I don't know exactly how, but basically chat is going to have some part of like a D&D thing. Either do it like, so it's almost like a choose your own adventure type D&D thing where there's like preset stuff and okay, chat, what do we do? Or just have chat play an NPC and has to vote for what they're going to be doing kind of thing. Like use channel points or something to suggest a move or...
I'm gonna be honest. I think your best option would be polls,
Yeah,
and then I think you just have a GM or a DM that's good on the fly, so they can
yeah.
just adapt the story. Because I think if you prefix anything, majority of the time the group is going to vote or want to do something else. But if you have set, I guess if you have set outcomes, I know it kind of also makes it a little boring, huh? When you know what's going to happen.
Because it becomes more of a choose your own adventure,
Yeah.
which is why I'm kind of like, okay, how am I? It's going to be fun once I figure out how to do it.
Um. Yeah, I think what you would do is because also the main thing is how many people would be in the chat when you do it. If it's like a bajillion, right, then you can't really read it very well. But if it's only a few, which I'll assume that it probably wouldn't be like crazy lot.
Yeah,
Um, you just have people, say what they would like to do, and then you would put it up to a vote.
yeah,
And then so you do the poll, and they would vote on which option they would like to do the most, and then that would be the option that gets chosen. And that's kind of what happens at the table majority of the time, except for when people go rogue.
yeah. I mean, there's a level of that. Because when I play one shots, a lot of time I'm not necessarily like a murder hobo, but I'm a bit of a chaos gremlin during one shots because I don't have any real investment in the characters, so I play the characters in more wild ways.
Oh my god!
But
I
when
had a
I
player
do like
like that.
campaigns, I am very much a like no, my character has goals and desires and things he wants to accomplish, and all of his actions are going to be oriented towards that.
That's cool. Isaac, what type of character do you like to play?
Many. Usually, if I do like a new campaign or one shot, I try to pick a different class. I've gone through a couple, but it's just depending on which class and which race I pick, depends on how I like to play the character.
Oh, all
I don't
right.
go
So
around murdering random people for no reason, though.
No, I
that's a
generally
plus.
don't do that.
In,
I
in
don't
real
try to
life
do
or the
anything.
game?
Yeah, well, yes, that's an important distinction.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I generally try to not like be murder. I try not to do because I might be murder hobo to an extent sometimes, but I try
Yeah.
not to do something that is going to during one shots especially because I'm more likely to do something. I try not to do something that is going to make the game more difficult or a situation harder for the other players.
Yeah.
But I'm
Yeah.
honestly more likely to do that during like a campaign or something like that because I'm invested in my character's roleplay. So if my character's roleplay would necessitate that I would act in a way in this situation that might be counterproductive or counterintuitive to what their other players want to do, then I might do that. I might be counterproductive. I might do something that they don't want me to do, but I'm not going to do it in such a way that causes. I'm not just going to be an obnoxious asshole about it. And I don't
Yeah.
create role plays for actual campaigns that would make a character do something like.
Mhm.
Like the favorite character, and I had been wanting to play it for years. When I finally got to play it during this campaign that I left due to interpersonal issues, was he was a warlock that was masquerading as the priest to a god that he made up, a cleric to the god that he made up.
Mhm.
Essentially, his goal was to become a god. So he masqueraded as a like lawful good, sometimes leading a little bit chaotic good character that was trying to get parishioners, trying to get people to worship this god that he made up that was secretly himself because he believed that if he got enough worshippers, he would become a god. He was trying to ascend to godhood by getting people to essentially worship him under a false name. He was in reality he leaned a little bit more towards the evil side. Like if you want, you can argue whether or not true, neutral, or evil, because he was willing to do whatever the fuck he had to do to accomplish this goal, including kill innocent people. But
I mean, that sounds pretty evil.
Yeah, but outwardly to the rest of the party and to everyone he interacted with, if there was an audience, he did good things. But one thing was he didn't want money for anything because what cleric would take money for a guy trying to get people? So he would take on tasks for free. He would do shit for free. He would, when the rest of the party is around, when other people are around, he would be overly kind and forgiving to the enemy and not want to kill anyone that didn't need to be killed and blah 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 blah, which could be difficult sometimes. But then there was a moment when he had his set of parishioners and he was trying to get one of them to do something for him, and they were mouthing off to him and whatever. It's like, because my god's name was Kimla. It's like, oh, but who says you actually do speak for Kimla? I don't think you know what Kimla, blah blah blah, and just mouthing off. No, I'm going to form my own church for Kimla. So he turned around and I Eldritch blasted him in the back and killed him. Like no, the fuck you're not. That turned into a whole thing that honestly kind of pissed me off, because it felt like the DM was just trying to punish me for really with no hint, because this was just some random dude that wanted to go form off his own church off of the fake religion that I made. And then several sessions later, my character gets tracked down and gets tracked down by the inquisitors of some other church, some other god, because this guy happened to be, with no hint, no whatever, happened to be the boyfriend of the high priestess of this church for this god that was the Church of Pain. And I, essentially forced me to either accept my character being killed or have to engage in this really just frustrating role play of myself getting tortured. And it's like, I was like, no, I don't want to do. You're putting me in a situation where it's like, okay, either you accept the fact that your character dies and you have to roll a new character, or engage in this role play that's going to go on longer than you want it to, of your character being tortured. And I was like, after that, like, I was just done with the session. Like after that, I was like, fine, whatever, torture my character. And normally I try to get into the role play a lot more with other stuff and, put on a voice or talk in a very good, because he would talk like this. Wow, do you guys want to hear about my Lord and Savior Kimla? And just like super motivated. And then everything I responded is like, okay, well, how do you act? Ow, it hurts so much. And then it went on for way longer than it was. I was like, no, this was just stupid. This was just really fucking stupid.
Yeah, I don't think some people don't realize that when you role play, like, part of you has to imagine that is happening for you to engage in that role play.
Yeah,
so
and
if you're role playing torture,
yeah, and it was the part that that was kind of frustrating, but the part that really annoyed me was he created a situation, because we at one point our party came across like a level 20 archmage, and we were like, we didn't know it was level 20 archmage. We just knew it was like some magic-y type person, and we're trying to decide whether or not to should we attack this fort that has this, because there's like a bunch of side quests in this built into this campaign. Should we attack this fort? Blah blah blah. Like, okay, we're making decisions, and we found out later. Like, he told us after the session, yeah, no, that was a level 20 archmage. You guys would have lost. You guys would have just been destroyed. There's no way you're going to win that. It's like, okay, cool. But the choice was entirely ours. We had the option to go in. We had the option to leave. This was a situation where he put me in where he just wanted to torture my character. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to try to escape. I'm going to try to do this. I kept saying I was going to try this, and like, I'm going to try to, I'm going to run. I'm going to run into the woods. And it's like, oh no, you're surrounded. You want me to run? It's like, okay, well, I'm going to do it's like, everything. There was nothing that I could have done that would have gotten me out of that situation aside from accepting my character dying. And this is a character that I had been, and he knew this because I had talked to him about this, that I had been wanting to play for a very long time, or allow him to do this torture role.
Dang, dude, you got railroaded.
Yeah, I was pissed. I was so pissed. I was like, wow, this is cool.
Yeah. The worst part is, I'm sorry to hear that you, of course, had that awful experience. No one should go through that. But the other half of this, I have to say, is that's where I have job security.
Yeah.
It's assholes that really fuck over people, and then they're like, it's got to be better than this. And of course it is. There's people out there who are way better and
Yeah.
they're professionals, and so you're treated with respect and integrity, and like you feel like even if you have a minor concern, you can talk to them, and they're going to take whatever you say seriously, because they're getting paid to do this. So on
Yeah.
top of just the regular experience, they're going to go the extra mile for you just to make sure that all bases are covered. Because God forbid, imagine that happened and you were paying for that.
Yeah.
Duh.
Oh, and I've seen some stuff too that I have feelings about with that, but like here's the thing. This was at the time a friend, and we got a group together that we wanted to do D&D and campaign, and he wanted to be the DM because he had this big story he wanted to tell, and this whole whatever he had a world he wanted to build out, and all this different stuff. It's like, okay, cool. So he wanted to be the DM. Cool. We did everything, and to be fair, he was a pretty fun DM. He was able to do a lot of voices. He was able to think on the fly. He was a pretty fun DM. But that experience really like upset me, and like there's a reasonable bit of like I didn't originally want the character to be exactly what like the race and whatever he wanted to be, but it was the compromise I made with him, and then he worked some stuff into the story for my character and blah 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 to make it all right. Every player had like their own personal quest that they were was gonna develop throughout the campaign that they could go on, kind of thing. So a really good DM, to that extent at the very least. I found out later I ended up leaving the table after some interpersonal issues between me and him. He did some fucked up shit that I was not okay with. I found out later that that the rest of the party was like well into this like we're like a third or halfway through this campaign, and then he was just like, I don't feel like DMing anymore. I kind of want to just play, and just abandon the campaign, and is now like a player at that table, but another one of the players had to take over. And this other player is kind of an eternal DM with every other group he's a part of, and was happy to be playing for once.
Oh.
But he
that
just
happens
abandoned it,
sometimes.
which is, it's fucked up, one, because like you said you're going to DM this campaign, and now you're forcing someone else to be a DM when it was their first time, or one of their rare times to be able to be a player. But two, you got people invested in a story. You got people invested in a story and invested in these characters, and then you just said, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. And it's like, okay, fuck, why did you make... If this was something that you weren't capable of doing, why did you make the commitment to people?
I don't know. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But unfortunately, that happens a lot. There's a lot of GMs that get burnt out,
Yeah.
and they just can't hack it at the end of the day. And not that they're not bad GMs or good GMs. It's just something they don't enjoy, because it's a especially when it's a campaign. You're in it for the long haul.
Yeah.
You have to understand and expect that when you run a campaign, it could potentially be a year or more.
I would absolutely love, because that was like the only campaign that I was in that made it past, like, at best, I think I got to like session 2. We had session 0, session 1, session 2. So that was the first one I made it. It was in that actually made it. Was going on for a while, because it's just hard getting people organized, and a lot of people want to do it, but then the time commitment, and then okay, well my schedule doesn't work here, and my schedule doesn't work here. So I've done a lot of one shots, and then I've done a lot of session 0. But then getting it anywhere past that, and after a while of hearing like the DM say, okay, well next week, or hearing enough players like, okay, well I'll be available next week, and never happening. It's like you're just like, you know what? I'm not gonna put any emotional investment in this. I'm leaving. I'm out of the group. Bye. But like I would love to get into a D&D campaign that goes on for years. Like a weekly campaign or a bi-monthly campaign or something like that goes on for years. I would love that. That'd be great.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? I have a player that has like 300 some odd sessions with me.
Jesus.
And that's crazy. Well, they literally just came back from Gen Con, and they're amazing. They sent me a box full of stuff they got from Gen Con, and I was like, holy crap, like this is so cool.
How much do you charge for sessions?
I do $10 per person per hour. That way everyone shares it. It's a flat rate. It doesn't matter. It's nothing outrageous, but that's usually what I do.
And that's pretty good.
Yeah, well, that's what the reason I think that is, because that's what I would expect the standard rate, like
Yeah.
Like if you worked an entry level job,
Yeah.
is what I compare it to, you know?
Yeah.
And that way it also spreads the cost between the players. And
Yeah.
so if I have only 2 players, then it's $15 per person per hour. So that way I'm at least trying to get at least $30 an hour.
Yeah.
And that's pretty amiable.
And since you run campaigns, like that's if you were just some like a rented DM that was running mods, that wasn't something you put any effort into, and you were just like, yeah, I'm just going to be the DM for this, then maybe charging a lot would be. But you run a campaign, which means you're putting a lot of background hours into it. You're putting a lot of
Yeah.
like planning and extra time into it.
Oh yeah, I've designed my own. I've designed custom requests for people. I've done custom one-shots for people. I've run birthdays for adults and kids.
Hmm.
Yeah, so the sky's the limit. I've done one that's like I have one that's running still. That's one of the longest ones I have. It's Greek mythology based.
Yeah.
I have one that's Dungeons and Pokemon, where
Yeah.
you have a little partner and you go along with. And that one went for a long time. And then we've kind of split it off into doing a bunch of different other stuff. And we played different games. It's kind of like
I
our
feel like we've
Russian
talked
roulette,
about that before, but in person. I feel like that's something because I've heard. I know I've talked to someone about Dungeons and Pokemon in person, and I want to say it was in Miami.
Oh, that would be interesting. I don't remember because I didn't start running that till like 2.5 years ago.
Hmm.
Been a while.
I wonder who it was then.
Yeah. Isaac, do you have any RPG horror stories?
One thing for D&D is that we had come across basically I would say basically just like a god of evil. One of them. There's a couple of them.
Yeah, which one?
But
Vecna Orcus? Just any black dragon?
who knows? But one of our party members almost agreed to make a deal with it where it would lend powers to him while being like the warrior of that god. But the thing is that they would have to commit like acts of terror and stuff to get people to be fearful because that's what the god feeds off of. And they almost accepted it. I kept trying to convince them not to, and the DM thought that we would like hear the deal, talk about it for a second, and then immediately shut it down. So he had to step in and make sure that he didn't actually accept the deal because it would have thrown our entire campaign off the rails.
I mean, but that's also the thing where you don't introduce something like that
Yeah.
if you don't want your players to do it.
My character would not. He, because that campaign's my Tuesday one. He's actually like somewhat good.
Yeah.
That's the best of my abilities. We do a lot of murdering. Most of
It's-
it's justified.
It's hard to play D&D a lot of times, especially like if depending on the campaign and depending on the DM, it's hard to play D&D lawful good.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of stuff like where either like your character is going to have to compromise its morality in order to accomplish a lot of things. No, that's that's insane.
I would have doubled down. I would have been like, at that point, I'm too invested. Like, you're gonna make a deal with this evil thing. All right, fine. The rest of the group, you know what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, oh my voice. You see, if my friend had accepted the deal, I would have gotten because it was only me, them, and one other person because the other two were busy that day. But I would have convinced my other teammate to help me, restrain, and if need be, murder, because we had just fought a boss that was the previous warrior of that god, and they were pretty evil. They ate people's eyes to transform into them.
That's crazy. Oh, I see in chat, Melon was saying last time they played D&D, they were a cleric, and that they want to do a Demon Slayer campaign. That would be pretty sick. I love Demon Slayer. Actually, I just finished
Right.
solo leveling, and one of the fight scenes is so good, and I was like,
Great.
man, I want that fight scene.
We should just have like a day during the week that we just talk D&D and I'll add it to like a podcast theme of part of the channel.
what would be really interesting to do is I need to get the new core rule book that's coming out, and apparently they're adding weapon mastery to it. So you
Mhm.
could probably do more Demon Slayer like stuff.
Mm.
In a sense, it's like you specialize in a weapon now, so you get more specializations.
Sorry,
But
Melon.
I've also heard a lot of up and downs about it. Sorry, yeah,
Yeah,
sorry, Mel.
I was getting engrossed in the conversation. I'm sorry.
That's cool.
Um,
I like playing
Well,
cleric too, Melon.
is there already a rule set for Demon
Oh, I'm
Slayer
sure there's.
TTRPG?
I'm sure there's a fan-made version of it. They
Yeah.
have Gundam. They have anything you could imagine under the sun. They usually have something for it.
Demon Slayer TTRPG.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
at
there's
all.
one. It's called the Demon Slayer Arc System.
Oh, there you go.
Yep. Because I like writing, and I've liked writing since I was a kid. But I found that I was really bad, and I've been informed that I'm probably a little bit autistic. But I found that I was really bad and really did not enjoy writing dialogue. But I really, really enjoyed getting into world building, developing lores and histories and mythologies and magic systems, really detailed magic systems that are almost down to a science and just expanding in that kind of way. And I really like developing plot points, like how does this character get from this point to this point? Like what would they do? And how would they react in these situations? But when it comes down to writing actual dialogue, I kind of suck. So I got into world building a lot. So I've been working on like this world building project since I was like 16, 17. And I didn't know what I was going to do with it. At one point, I was just like, okay, well, I'll end up, posting this somewhere and it'll be almost like an SCP where it's Creative Commons copyright and people could build onto the world kind of thing. But then I realized what would be super cool to do with it is build out the basic world, the basic background, and the basic histories for this, and magic systems for this, but then build a TTRPG system around it and tell people, okay, help me build out this world by playing campaigns through this TTRPG system in this world. And like I might be like, okay, right now we're building out the history of this war or how this great evil got defeated, blah, blah, blah. Record yourself doing the campaign, and then whatever one's like the most interesting part of the campaign, that now becomes a part of the official canon. And having like this kind of almost SCP like creative like project going on through a TTRPG system.
That's really cool, and I think that lends itself to the fact that I think one of the things I've heard you mention is that you're a big fan of reading like the lore books for like the Blizzard games and other video games, and that kind of has a lot of world building in it. As much as Blizzard, unfortunately, what has happened to it, we used to have quite a lot of good artists with it at one point.
Yeah, I get really into properties that have expansive lores that are very well detailed. Like one of the things I say I like so much about Naruto, aside from the fact that it was like one of my first anime that I really watched like sequentially, is the fact that I just wasted a sphere. Is the fact that I can talk for forever about it because it has such a deep lore, and some of the lore is like really gray and not really well explained. Like everything that was happening, everything between like the Warring States period up until the third Shinobi World War is kind of like, okay, when did this fucking happen? Because it's been like 100 years, or it's been less than 100 years, but this person shouldn't be alive when this person is, but they were alive when this person is, who wasn't born when that person died. It's like, what the fuck is... And I think that just lends to the fact that Kishimoto didn't maybe expect... He didn't plan out exactly what he was going to do. He was just writing a manga, and it's like, oh shit, I need to start filling in more blanks. And it's like, I kind of wrote myself into a hole. But I like things that have that sort of lore, and I like building out those worlds and creating magic systems. Like right now, I'm just calling it like the alternate reality project, but it has like I think 5 developed magic systems in it that all function very uniquely and have different rule sets. But I thought
Wow.
I'm gonna create a rule set for this magic system. I'm not gonna create spells for this magic system. I'm gonna create a rule set for this magic system that combine into like other people can be like, okay, well, if this is how it works, then if I did this and this and this, then this would happen, kind of thing.
Yeah. So did you design it in the sense of just like world building, or for like, are you like making it into like a tabletop like scenario where you use dice or something?
I haven't turned it into a tabletop yet. That's the end goal now is turn it into a tabletop system. Right now, it's just, and I'd still like it's been an ongoing kind of thing because I put a lot of work into it in high school, and then joined the military and didn't have time, and then want to put more work into it again, kind of thing.
That's awesome, dude. That's great. I mean, that sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah, and like I have the whole lore system come out, and like part of it's going into the Minecraft planning stuff. Like a lot of it would just like I'd be talking to someone about something, and I'm like, okay, I need, and then something would pop up like, oh my god, I got a new idea, and I'd go and I'd write it down in my little journal, like physical journal, and kind of handle it that way. Like okay, and then come up with questions. Okay, how do gods work in my world? Well, the difference between like a god and what would be like a titan in my universe is that gods have the ability to create sentience, or they have the ability to effectively create a soul. So they can create a being that has the ability to reproduce and expand beyond it and live beyond its physical death, kind of thing. But titans and other god level power beings that aren't gods don't have that ability. Okay, well, what if one of them decided they were gonna try to create life like that? What would that look like? So I have an entire race built into it, entire species built into it that is they are a sentient species, they are a thinking species, but they don't have a soul, so they don't have an afterlife. But essentially what they do have is, as long as they have had an effect on the world, their consciousness will persist. So as so long as they've had an effect on the world, and as the amount of effect that they've had on the world diminishes, their essence, I guess, diminishes, so they can interact with the world less and less and less. So then it creates, okay, it's like, well, how would that affect a society and how society views ethics and morality? Okay, well, there would probably be two camps. There would be the camp of let's fuck everything up as hard as possible, because if we destroy the world, we have had the most effect on the world that is humanly possible. And then the other side that is counter to that, like, no, you achieve this by being good, by doing good things, by stopping evil, by fighting evil. That's how you have an effect on the world. So there's two sides to this species of the ones that believe let's do as much evil as possible because that's how we can have the greatest effect on the world and live for eternity, and then the ones that are counter to that.
That sounds reminds me of it's called, like, I think it's called like Doom Scale. And so pretty much as you could do actions, and your actions in the world impact, have consequences, and they promote good or promote evil, or promote certain things, depending what they are. Some of them are neutral. Quite a lot of them probably are a little ambiguous. Most of them are ambiguous and gray. But the Doom Scale is that as you commit these actions, and it kind of tips that balance, certain things fluctuate within the world.
Yeah.
So if you invoke more evil things, it influences that world to be more evil or have more to those kind of things happening. Until eventually it gets to a point where it's like almost could be borderline like apocalyptic or catastrophic. Where if you go the other way, then it's like more happy-go-lucky things and more better things and probably more, I don't know, more magic being overflowing. It's up to the DM to decide. But yeah, there's like a scale on which you can do that with.
Yeah,
but
but then,
I'm at your ritual stone, by the way.
yeah,
Whenever you want to do this.
I'm getting my my weapons ready. I'm debating, is the mounted machine gun worth it?
She pretty much levels everything at your base, I assume. I see you have some walls and stuff here. I'm actually curious to see what's going to survive this and what's not.
Well, the last time I did it, she didn't level everything. She destroyed a lot of stuff. She didn't not level everything.
Okay. Yeah, I always built a base with nothing on it and just tried to do a raid that way. So I'm curious to see, if she takes out these walls or not.
Zach's Sunday yap session. Yeah, I mean, a lot of my streams become yap sessions, and like legitimately, like I'd almost be down to like have just do a stream with like me, Skull, Isaac, maybe Dan, because he's also a big D&D player, and other D&D, and just like talk D&D and talk world building and stuff like that. I think that'd be fun.
I don't know. Melon's about to start some beef with you.
Yeah, I
I
know.
don't know.
I know. I'm sorry, Melon. Let me get my ammo, and then I'll be ready. Anubis is gonna knock this shit out real quick. But yeah, with that I can't remember what I called them. But with that species in particular, like their kind of end goal is to have had enough of an effect on the world that their afterlife style entity, like their spiritual form, their whatever, is powerful and influential enough that it can continue to have an effect on the world, continue to manipulate things and have an effect on the world, because then they could effectively live forever.
Wow, that's kind of a good thing and a bad thing, right? Because then you think that we could have a Hitler running around, you know?
Yeah. I mean, and that's just like one species, and that wasn't even like the primary historical species. That's just one species that I designed when I had that concept of, okay, well, gods can create life that persists, that life that has spirit, and other celestial power beings can't do that. And I was like, okay, well then what would... And I just like going down those rabbit holes of like, okay, how would this affect things? How would this affect the world? How would this do this and that and that and that? I'm thinking about getting World Anchor because I like writing things down, like physically. But I'm thinking about getting World Anchor just as a repository to help me keep track of shit.
Yeah, I must have like 8 or 12 different notebooks of all the different things I've been working on over the course of the year, 2 years now.
Yeah.
But let's see here. Actually, what you reminded me of your class or your character design was Age of Sigmar, which is a Warhammer RPG system. It's not like the futuristic one with Space Marines.
Yeah.
It's like the fantasy RPG, kind of like the D&D version of
Yeah.
Warhammer. And so
I played a
there's
lot
this
of Total War Warhammer 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, okay. Then you're probably familiar with the Stormcast or Stormcast, which is where they like forge souls into like a god retakes the souls out of like the afterlife and reforges them to bring them back as Stormcast, which is pretty crazy. Really cool character design, and the art for that game is just gorgeous.
Yeah. Are you talking about the warlock that's trying to become a god?
Was it a Stormcast? Or you just mean what I'm referencing?
Or is that what? Because you said the character reminded you of it.
No, no. The fact that you said beings that after they die, they like kind of have like a second life.
Yeah. No, that was one, and like the primary one, and I hated when I talked to someone else about this, because I hate that, and I think we've talked about this, Skull Kid. I hate that moment when you're like describing your creative thing that you had, and someone's like, "Oh, well, that's just like this." I'm like, everything is just like something else. Fuck you. But,
I'm sorry. I don't mean that. I don't. There's not.
No, not that. No,
yeah.
no, because that is. I'm getting ready to talk about a completely different thing. I'm not saying that you did that.
Okay.
But I had one of the first species I created in this universe is or like the firstborn, essentially. I had a different name for them. I can't remember what it was, but they're the firstborn of the gods, effectively. I think I have enough ammo to handle this for now. And they were a species that essentially when the gods decided to create the world, they created this species that was, the gods are essentially living magic. They are magic given form. They are physical but not physical. They're magic that is physical but not physical, but assumes a physicality to it. Okay, I'm at the base now. Oh shit! Fucking motherfucker! Holy goddamn!
I didn't expect a jump scare.
Yeah, I didn't expect to get shot at. Let me drop some of my pals out here. But when they created the world as it is, they took parts of their living magic, the parts of them that is the part of their magic that is living, blended it together between all of them to get the best, or to get a mixture of all the gods, essentially, and created life out of it. So this firstborn species is semi-physical, but is almost comprised entirely of magic given form. And then they basically had an agreement and then bound themselves to it magically that after the universe was created, they are no longer able to, or after the world was created, they are no longer able to take physical form on. So they kind of bound themselves using each other as power, blah, blah, blah. So they can no longer physically take form on the world. And then they created the species. And the species is more physical than the gods are, but also not physical, but... And the reason I kind of delineate that is because there's a way that their magic can be completely removed from them, in which case they do have a physical form. When their magic is completely removed from them, that they assume that's kind of like a husk of something. But when they don't have that magic completely removed from them, they don't really have the same type of physical form. And essentially what it is one of the punishments, because everything they do... You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Everything they do is... like the way they interact with the world, everything about them is built around the fact that they are inherently magical creatures. What the fuck?
Did it just teleport in the wall?
What the fuck?
There was a bee guard. Where'd it go?
It said raid failed.
Raid failed? What? I think it glitched out, dude.
Okay, hold on. It destroyed my PAL box.
Oh, damn. It instantly destroyed your PAL box?
Maybe
Like, that
that's
was
why
like-
the raid failed? Does the raid fail if your PAL box is destroyed?
I mean, I guess that makes sense because none of your pals, because it's built in a structure. But how did it destroy your pal box so fast? Can I blow up your pal box? You think by accident?
I don't think so, because you can't hurt me.
No, I can't hurt you. I'm gonna try.
Yeah, I just rebuilt it, so yeah, go try to destroy it.
Ah, nothing, right?
No, it doesn't have any damage to it.
Yeah, then it just must have.
Hold on, let me go see if I have more Bella Noir fragments. And if not, I'm going to give myself in the server, because that was bullshit.
That's crazy. I've never seen that happen. It looks like, because you had it on a... Oh, you know what it was? You had it on a stand, I think, right? You had it up on some stairs. Maybe the platform underneath it fell out, and so it collapsed.
Yeah, that could potentially do it.
That's the only thing I'm seeing missing over here. Your walls are all fine, but it might have destroyed your platform. So once that got destroyed, it collapsed, and so it got rid of the ritual site.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to log on to Shockbite probably to give myself. If I don't have 4 more slabs, I might have to just give myself the Bella Noir slab, because that was kind of stupid.
I have one. I can give you one, dude.
You have a Bella Noir slab? Okay.
Yeah. Give me a sec.
Okay. But yeah, no, since this species, their entire way of interacting with the world and with each other is based on magic, a punishment that can be given to them is there's a parasite that feeds off of that magic that kind of siphons most of their magic, if not all of their magic, depending on how powerful they are to begin with, to limit their ability to interact with the world and blah, blah. And that's like a punishment that they can get. For the worst of criminals gets that punishment. But what can happen, one of two things can happen, is if you are a woman that is pregnant and you have that parasite can prevent you from transferring any of this living magic to your offspring, so that they are born entirely without magic. And then they're born like those husk creatures, essentially. Or if the parasite lays an egg in the womb that fuses with the child, it creates a monstrous creature that is effectively immune to magic. And they use that as their kind of like royal guards and shit. Um,
There you go. Okay, well that's something new. Learn to loot too. You can actually hand off a slab.
hold on, let me see if I can find this thing. But yeah, they use those as effectively the royal guards. I might need to go get more palladium. Yeah, I need to go get more palladium. Effectively as the royal guards. But then that led to, in this lore, that led to these things. Since the gods can no longer fully interact with the world, these things became kind of dictatorial. They became kind of evil a little bit, and started like enslaving other species and blah blah and all this different stuff. The gods took issue with that because most of the gods are at least in some way good, even though they have their own levels of morality. They had this agreement to stop interacting with the world because they didn't want any single one of them to try to, become evil and take over the blah blah blah. So they don't like the fact that their offspring are being evil, so they created a different life. They managed to, like, as a one-time only kind of thing, managed to, like, very difficult to do, create a different species that can act as a vessel to power in a way that no other species is capable of. Like, they can essentially hold on to and channel an a nigh infinite amount of power. But they have no inherent power of their own in the moment that that is no longer being channeled through them, they are powerless. So essentially the gods are like, okay, we're going to create this thing that has no power. So the moment we don't want it to be strong anymore, we just stop siphoning power to it. But it can interact in the world in a way that we didn't. And in essentially an army of these things, and they use them to fight their children and almost, they believe, wipe out this firstborn species. And then we're like, okay, cool, we're done with it for a while. So then I had, like, in the history, okay, well, some of these I can't remember these I can't remember what I called them either, but some of these species that they channel. Let me get my pals out again. Some of the members of it, a lot of them died in that war. Most of them died in that war. But some of them, hold on, dragon type, bam. Some of them are very loyal to the gods. Some of them don't give a fuck about the gods one way or another, and some of them are kind of pissed off at the gods. But they essentially became, a lot of them became the gods that other lower tribes and even some higher tribes believe are the gods of the universe, because they found out that they don't have to have their power, they don't have to have power channeled from the gods. They can have power channeled from anywhere. So by getting a whole bunch of, like, they would go to different tribes and of different species and stuff and try to act as their gods and get them to worship them. And by getting these species to worship them, they became powerful, because the species did not realize that through their worship, they were each individually transferring a little bit of power to these things and became gods in their own right. Or they became what the rest of the world sees as gods. They think these are the gods.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
But that was just me ranting about my nerdy world building project from when I was a teenager that I still want to finish.
Yeah,
But yeah,
dude,
I'm gonna eventually try to turn that into a TTRPG thing, release it, and then, like, hey, do a campaign in this world, or do a whatever to explain this story, and then whatever's the most interesting one will become canon.
That sounds cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you were just fucking this thing up. Where did it go? There it is.
It's done?
I'm just talking about a world building thing I was working on when I was younger. I'm still kind of want to work on Stack.
Oh, man, you should copyright it and, protect it, so that way no one else can just use what you make it, man.
Yeah. Eventually. I mean, right now it's so just scattered and chaotic. It's not its own thing yet.
Yeah, this rocket launcher is just melting this thing.
Yeah. A VN? What's a VN? Oh. I'm not good at dialogue. I'm not good at writing dialogue. And such. It became a thing where it's like, originally it was me building out a world for a story I wanted to tell. I wanted to write books in this world. And then when I realized I really suck at writing dialogue and I don't really enjoy writing dialogue, I was like, I'm just going to build a full-ass world out.
That's all she wrote.
Got him. Where'd that egg go?
You want to try a different one?
No, I mean, I feel okay doing this one and having you help me because at least I'm leveled for it.
That's true. Yeah, Libero's insane. I haven't.
Where'd
done...
the egg go? Oh, it's in my inventory. Okay.
Yeah, I think you instantly get it in your inventory.
Goon of Power raises its level by 1. I mean that doesn't seem like super useful because it's not that hard to level pals.
Yeah, it's just time consuming.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to build an army right now.
Right now, my big goal is just to get fucking hold on, let me grab these. Is to get the Yakumos all powered up so that I can start getting the best possible things. And it's getting really fucking annoying trying to get the Yakumos to have different what am I trying to say?
Well, I found out that the Yakumos, there's certain abilities that don't work with its ability.
Like what?
Like this fancy special one. So you know, like how?
Oh, like Lord Emperor shit like that.
Yeah. Any of the ones that like it has to be an ability that the monster can inherently learn themselves.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they can't learn it.
Yeah. Well, right now I'm just trying to breed because I have a Yakumo that has like Hooligan and Musclehead and Lucky, and I have a Yakumo that has Lucky and Ferocious. So I'm trying to get one that has Lucky, Ferocious, Hooligan, and Musclehead because that makes super combat effective. And I keep getting permutations of that don't have all 4 of those.
Yeah. Well, I found out the hard way because I also did something similar. I don't think Lucky applies to the basic to its ability.
It doesn't. Lucky does not apply to its ability. So if I don't get one that has Lucky, but it has the other 3, then I'm fine with that. But I want it to have Lucky also, that way if I want to use it to breed to create something else that has those traits, I can.
Okay.
Why are you going to fight me, Melon? What'd I do to you?
Oh no, Melon's going to fight you.
Oh no. What'd I do to Melon?
Oh, a visual novel.
Yeah.
Oh, that could be cool. That's true. It could be a visual novel. It doesn't have to be a TTRPG.
I kind of want it to be
It's
a
a
TTRPG.
lot of work.
Yeah, no, I'm no stranger to hard work. It's just right now it's time.
Yeah.
Hold on. Feeling violent today, that's why. Well, hey, what you up to, Isaac? What you doing?
I'm kind of sitting here. I've been playing Detroit Become Human recently.
Yeah?
Oh my.
Very fun game, and I finished it yesterday, but now I have to get all of the endings and stuff. But I was about to play that, but I kind of just sitting here. I'm eating right now. That's really about it.
I don't know. My ex-wife, when Detroit Become Human was coming out, was super excited for it. Like really, really wanted to play it, and to me, things like that, you play it and you do the trial and error, and you're like, oh, I should have done this, I should have done that, blah 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 blah, and that's part of the fun. She Googled every decision tree. She Googled every decision so that she could get the ending that she wanted. I was like, why are you even playing it at this point? Like, what are you getting out of this? The point of the game is to fucking like figure out what happens and suffer the consequences when you fuck up.
Yeah. I think maybe a lot longer than maybe 2-3 years ago. This was a long time ago. But I watched, I think it was 8-Bit Ryan play through like an entire like playthrough of it.
Hmm.
I liked it a lot, so I've been wanting to get the game ever since. And I finally got it, so I knew some things going into it,
Yeah,
but all the choices I made were just like of my own.
yeah,
And the few things that I did remember were things that were already on the path I was doing.
yeah. And that's gonna
Now,
happen anytime you get into a
yeah,
game and you don't play it like the day it fucking comes out. Is you're gonna know some of the endings. Um, but I just could not understand. Like when I play games like that, I it's kind of the same thing like playing Fallout. Is I develop or playing D&D. I develop a character and a personality and a backstory for that character, and I make decisions that that character would make.
yeah. Now, in during my entire playthrough of it, I went back on a decision twice. The first one was because I didn't know what the two dialogue options meant. There was one that was like confront or one that was dialogue.
Mm.
I assumed confronting was the peaceful option. I don't know, but I just pressed that one and then I found out that meant fighting them. And I was trying to do like a fully peaceful thing.
You thought it was like
So I
verbally confront this
yeah.
person, but in reality, it was like, bam, punch to the face, fuck you.
So I restarted to get like the actual decision I wanted.
Yeah, that's
And
fair.
then the second time was because you had to save some people. And I was like, "Oh, well, how do you save them?" Because I was looking around, I didn't see any prompts. I checked the railings because they were on like a lower floor and I couldn't jump or anything.
Hmm.
So I was like, oh, so they must save themselves. And I kept walking. And then in like the top corner, it says they died.
It's like,
I was
oh,
like, what? So I restarted, went back, and then
yeah.
realized you had to take a turn that was like there, but it didn't show a prompt, and then go all the way into like a corner to interact with something.
Yeah, I mean that's perfectly fair. We're saying those games when it's like I don't even know what you want me to do, and I'm not going to know what you want me to do until I fail.
Yeah. There was one time I almost restarted, but it was a decision that I made, and it wasn't like the game's fault or anything, so I just went with it.
You just lived with it. Yeah. But no, hopefully I'll be able to maybe get this Minecraft server stuff started up soon with the roleplay. I want to have, because this first season of it, I'm going to have it kind of somewhat basic roleplay. Like there's going to be the background lore built out for the world and have people build the roleplay around it. But I don't want to have like a story and force people into it and make people feel like they're, puppets in my show. I want the player base to build out the lore, and then I'll take what they do and then turn it into something bigger, or expand it into like the next season, so that the next time it builds out, it's like they had an impact on the world, kind of thing. Something I don't like about choose your own adventure games like Telltale's Walking Dead series is no matter what you choose, you still get the same ending. Yeah, when some games do, that's kind of like Fallout 4. That was a big problem people had with Fallout 4 too, was the fact that like the worst you can be is really a really assholey good guy. No matter what you chose, almost every single decision you made, you were the good guy. There's no way to play a bad guy in that game, because every decision was agree very kindly, agree sarcastically, make fun of the guy, but agree. It's like they were pushing in that direction. It's like, okay, that's why give me choices then.
Yeah. That was one big thing I like about Detroit is that what you do actually does make different endings.
Yeah.
Because depending on what you do, you get different endings. Because it's almost like because I know with the Walking Dead series, in those games, you would end up at the same location, like maybe different location, but basically the same location, just with different people, and that was about it.
Yeah.
But Detroit Become Human almost does that, where it's most of the time in the same location, but what the environment looks like and how the characters and what the characters do are a lot different.
Yeah.
So I know with Connor, if from what I remember, if you don't become a deviant and stuff, you will instead go up on like a rooftop, try to snipe Marcus and all that stuff.
Yeah. The
but if
stuff
do
you
become a
actually
deviant-
impacts the game, impacts the story.
Yeah. So it actually makes the environment change more than just like characters being there or not.
Yeah, and then they have like the QTEs, so it's like, yeah, you made this decision, but you also failed. You made this decision, but you did it poorly.
So yeah, I don't know how, but I got the achievement for not messing up in a single fight, which I'm very surprised because every fight is a quick time event,
Hmm.
and I messed up like on a couple of the things, but as long as you don't mess up horribly, you usually win them. Which is quite nice.
Yeah, I mean, because like I said, I watched my ex play it, and it didn't seem like any of the QTEs were like particularly hard. There's a few ones that seemed like they came out of nowhere and would catch you by
Oh, yeah.
surprise. And for her, anytime one of them came out of nowhere and catch her by surprise, like, okay, reload last save.
Okay.
Yeah, that was bullshit. Which fair. When you're watching like a cinematic, and all of a sudden in the middle of a cinematic, it's like, quickly press X. It's like, what?
Yeah, I know. What was it? There was a certain time. I'm trying to think what it was. Yeah, I forgot. All right, but one thing I do remember is that I have a very hard time figuring out where A is and where D is.
Mm.
So I would see the prompt A. I think I press A, but then I press D, and I would mess up on those a couple times. Thankfully-
Isaac, you dumb asshole. How do you not know where A and D are?
Okay, look, I learned that I know where the other keybinds are by knowing where they aren't.
That's fair. That's
So
fair.
I just knew where D is, and if it wasn't D, I'd press A.
Did you,
That was how I managed to do those.
do you not play console all that often?
What?
Wait, were you playing it on PC?
Yeah, I was doing it on keyboard.
Okay.
You know, if I was doing it on my controller, I'd be very good at that.
Yeah.
I could do that behind my back and be perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, like, are you just not a console player? Is that like, because I had that problem when I played, like, I don't remember if you were around, like, actively watching when I was playing, like, Starfield, but I kept fucking up because it gave all the Starfield instructions as if it was an Xbox controller, but I had my PlayStation controller plugged in, and I just kept
Oh,
getting
that was
so
fun.
fucking confused.
Yeah. So I like I've gotten a little rusty at doing it. I can't type at the speed of light anymore.
Mm,
I still type pretty fast, but just spamming that D-pad to type things is always so much fun.
I used to like do like 80 words a minute or something like that, and now it's not that.
Yeah.
I'm not like Hunt and Peck. I used to hate teaching my dad to do anything on the computer, and he's better about it now. But I hated teaching my dad to do anything on the computer because he'd want me to walk him through how to do it, and then if it had anything of him having to type something in, just boop, 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 Hunt and Peck. I hated it. Have you
Yeah.
played season 1 Walking Dead? I haven't, but I also don't care. Like I'm not gonna play it, so like you can have any amount of spoilers in. I watched The Walking Dead all the way up until they beat Negan, and then it's just kind of like I watched it. I watched The Walking Dead originally up until after the Terminus arc, and then I took a break from it for whatever reason, and then I watched it again up until Alexandria fell, and I was like, oh my god. Or I watched it again all the way up until they killed Glenn. And then I was like, this is just getting dark and darker and darker. Like, I don't like it anymore. And I was like, okay. And I picked it up again. I ended up watching it again and then got to... After they beat Negan, it's just like... It felt kind of like... Like when they reached season 15 of Supernatural, and they're like, okay, who's our enemy this week? God. It's like, okay, cool. There's nothing that you're going to do right now that is going to feel anything but contrived. I still haven't finished Supernatural. I know basically the ending, but me and Des are currently in the process of rewatching it, and we're gonna, and then I'm gonna finish. I finished the first half of season 15, and I didn't pick it back up when the last half came out. So basically, in the last part, the MC gets bitten, so you have a chance to cut his arm off. If you do, when climbing a ladder, you don't pass out, but you stop to go through a horde. Even then, if you don't get bitten at all, you're still infected. You still have to die. Yeah, that seems like just an obnoxious, like, you lose no matter what type of story. It's the same, like, and the fact that people are still doing this when it's the same complaint people had about Mass Effect 3. And I never got super into the Mass Effect game, so it didn't bother me, but people had like the same complaint about Mass Effect 3 where it was like, yeah, no matter what you choose, the ending is exactly the same. It's just a different color palette. It's like, I think it's like gamers like knowing that the choices they make in story-driven games have an effect. There's why they killed him off is to make way for Clementine to be the MC. I mean, yeah, I get why they would do that, but I don't know, yeah. I can see how that would be incredibly dissatisfying for everyone. That's like, yeah, cool, I got invested in this character, and then no matter what I do, he dies. It's like, who was I talking to the other day that's like they've never finished Red Dead Redemption 2 because they don't want Arthur to die? And like, if I never finish the game, he never dies. Oh yeah, Andreas. Like, yeah, if I never finish the game, Arthur never dies. I'm like, yeah. That was also a game, too, where, like, the choices you made didn't have that much of an effect. Like, the only real effect of the karma system at the end was if you had good karma, the hallucinations were happier, sort of, and if you had bad karma, the hallucinations were sadder. And the way they manifested happy or sad hallucinations was, is it a deer or a coyote? Lee was the goat. But it's also harder in a game like Red Dead Redemption 2, since it was a prequel, to have your choices have any effect on the game, because then it would potentially be counteractive to the actual story that was developed in the first Red Dead Redemption. I don't know where I put my medicine.
What?
I got medicine for my pals that I made.
Oh.
It can't be here, to treat their depression. I'm going to give them drugs so they're not depressed. Oh, there it is. So they're not depressed anymore, and I couldn't find it.
Me too, pals. Me too, pals.
You still have the same ending, just Lee dies in a different way. Yeah, no, that's just... Yeah. I like elaborate endings. I realize it's hard to build into some games, especially games that have a story and a continuity that they have to be following. But I like games where the choices you make have impacts. Like, one of my favorite things in Skyrim, I don't know why I enjoyed this so much, was that based on what quest you had done and who you had met and who you had befriended, when you got married in Skyrim, different people would show up to the wedding. So I, at one point, tried to basically beat every major quest line in the game that had named characters, and then got married because I wanted to see who all would show up to the wedding. But then realized, like, it's a random selection of those people. So it's not like the more you do, the more people show up. After a certain point, only a certain amount of people show up to that wedding. And it's just it's random amongst the people that you had completed quests for. Like, well, damn, I wanted to have that church filled out to the brim. Because it's just some shitty church in Riften. Yeah, you can get married in Skyrim. You can get married and you can adopt children.
Yeah.
Little orphans. And then, of course, everyone has their favorite waifu in Skyrim. Mine was always Ayla the Huntress. A badass werewolf girl that can kick my ass? Why not? Is who? I don't think you can marry Alduin. Okay. I know about adopting children. I buy a house and lock them there and forget about them. Wow. Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Good job.
That's a little bad.
I wish, and I know there's mods for it, but the mods, at least when the last time I tried, the mods were all kind of glitchy that allow you to build more elaborate houses in Skyrim. I don't know. My big thing with games like that have like that sort of building mechanic is it's got to be useful. A lot of them have like, oh, you can get a house in this game, but then like there's no reason for you to ever go there. Just it's complete like Fallout. In Fallout, you can buy houses. Like in Fallout 4, you can buy the house in Diamond City, and you can buy like one or two other houses. But there's no reason to ever go there. You gain nothing from that. It makes more sense in like multiplayer games where like, okay, this is your stash and where you put stuff, and it's cool, and then other people can see how you decorate it, and that's neat. But
Wait, you're telling me my Neopets house has no meaning?
your Neopets house has absolutely no meaning, man. I'm sorry.
What?
It was a complete waste of time. You're a stupid idiot, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
I think they're remastering Neopets too, by the way.
I wouldn't be surprised, and that pisses me off if that is true, because fucking make a new good Digimon game, not this turn-based shit that the last one was. Like, the last one was basically a visual novel. Why did you make a fucking a Digimon visual novel? What the fuck? Like that is not.
Server crash.
Oh, shit! It hasn't happened to me yet.
I left before it happened. I could tell everyone started running in place.
But why would you make Digimon a visual novel? That is not what any player of Digimon ever wanted. No Digimon player was ever like, you know what would make a really good as if this was like fucking what is that stupid Doki Doki Literature Club. I want to play Digimon Dochi Doki. What?
Was it Danganronpa? Danganronpa? What's
Danganronpa?
Yeah. I can never pronounce it right.
The video game that's basically an anime, and like you could not go to a con without seeing like 17,000 Junko Onishimas. Yeah, which was actually the cosplay that I met my ex-girlfriend wearing, and there was literally walking into that con floor. There was like, because it was for the dance, there was like 20 of them in that room.
That's funny.
To the point where we hung out that day, and like I would walk up to the wrong person when we separated for a bit, like to go to the bathroom or whatever. I'd walk up to the wrong person because I was like, oh, it's just pink hair, pigtails, schoolgirl outfit. It's insane. Don't diss Doki Doki Literature Club. Fuck you. I'll diss whatever I want. Although Doki Doki was conceptually cool, just because it was like a huge twist. It wasn't your typical visual novel type thing. There was more to it.
Melon's over here ready to throw hands.
Yeah, it's kind of like, why do you like Doki Doki so much, Melon? Explain yourself.
I mean, there's a lot of people that love it. Like you said, a lot of people cosplay it too, right?
Do people cosplay Doki Doki?
I thought you just said you met your ex who was dressed
No,
up.
Danganronpa.
Oh, Danganronpa. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I don't know, like, do people cosplay Doki Doki?
What do you just lay on the ground with blood?
Yeah, it's just I'm dead. That's the cosplay. I'm dead. I'm fucking dead.
You did this to me. A little air bubble above their head.
Yeah, it's oh god.
I'd vote for it.
I mean, why not? It'd be an interesting one. I do love seeing cosplayers get really into their character, as long as it doesn't cross a line. I remember I went to the last time I was at NecoCon. There was like a French-made cosplayer, like this big dude that was a French-made cosplayer, big fat guy, big French-made cosplayer, so just going around like brushing people with his little feather duster, but not people who asked or consented or knew him, and it was making a lot of people really uncomfortable.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. Well, it's okay
What are you
because I'm in
trying to say,
cosplay.
What are you trying to say? I'm dusty? Like, that's rude
Yeah.
as shit, dude. Like, what the hell?
Cosplay is not consent, and also cosplay does not excuse your behavior.
Yes.
Those are two vital things people need to understand. Someone wearing a cosplay is not consent, and you wearing a cosplay doesn't let you do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah. You can't commit murder if you're a Danganronpa cosplayer.
Yeah. I mean, that's also my my problem with like some subsets of the furry community.
Murder?
No, like that. Just like they kind of act like, oh, this isn't this is my excuse to behave however I want, kind of thing. At times,
I mean,
in a very like adult way that's not appropriate.
uh,
Yeah.
yeah, that sounds very gross. There's no other way to put that. It just sounds gross
Yeah.
and disturbing.
Yeah, furries make me angry and want to hurt. Why? There's nothing wrong with like furries in general. There's just like a subset of them that are worse. And to be fair, it's the same thing with cosplayers. It's just for the most part, cosplayers are limited when they're gonna act and dress and behave that way because it's at cons. Whereas furries sometimes, I've known a few people. I don't want to make too many generalizations, but I've known a few people that identified as furries that like it becomes an entire part of their personality.
I can't believe you would out Isaac like that. That's unfair. He doesn't
What?
deserve that.
I was not paying attention.
Okay, probably for the best.
Yeah.
Probably for the best. Don't worry about
Yeah,
it.
don't. In fact, stop paying attention ever to anything I say. I'm not a role model.
That should be your quote. I am not a role model.
No, because if I post that on like Twitter, I'm gonna start a controversy. Like, what did he do?
I mean, Twitter's gonna take everything you say and be like, "What
Yeah.
did he do?"
Tyson H. Armstrong makes me angry, and I wonder what. Who's Tyson H. Armstrong?
Is that as like a specific furry? Is that like one we should know? Is that like a wanted list? But speaking of though, there was a video of this school, of course, out in Utah of all places, that has a furry problem.
Like a college or is this BYU?
Like a like a middle school or something.
How do they have a like? How do they have? Okay, what?
I'm not kidding. Google it. There's a YouTube video. Aspen Gold even reacted to it.
Ohio school
Ohio.
with or Utah? You said
I think it was Utah, but
School
it's one
with
of those, you know,
furry
those Midwestern
problem.
towns. I think it was Utah. Which is funny because they're pretty religious over there. You can just see all the
Utah.
furries showing-
Hold on. Okay. Oh my God, this is on USA Today, and it's being annoying with ads.
It's amazing.
Utah school district addresses rumors of furries biting, licking. Report says, "Yeah, see, that's the type of shit." Because I believe that I don't question that at all, because that is like, again, it's not all furries. It's a subset of them that either have a disconnect from reality or think that their persona and their belief that they are this persona gives them the permission to behave in whatever way they want. It's a very small portion of them. It's not all of them. I want to be very clear about that. But yeah, Stack, if you want to get in chat and talk about it, because Stack is a furry.
Hell yeah, we got an eyewitness.
Yeah. But it is a very specific subset of them that are problematic. And you get the same sort of thing with like cosplayers, but again, cosplayers don't. There is like almost no subset of cosplayer that identifies their identity as their cosplay, the character they're cosplaying. Whereas there are furries, because there's multiple branches of multiple different types of furries that do say, no, this is me, I am this. And some of them use that as their excuse to behave however they want. Okay, Stack, talk to us about. I'm gonna hold it. I'm gonna bookmark this. Talk to us about furries. I might make a video about us just talking about furries.
So the furry fandom is a
Or
very
we'll make it a podcast episode potentially.
yeah, the furry fandom is a very fucking weird ass place. Because whereas you have the parts that are wholesome, like people that are legitimately just there for the art, camaraderie, the no judgment free zone and everything, you have the every other part of it that is fucking sexualized bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in very-
Keep the adult portion. You know, we have children
I
in
know.
this stream.
I know.
My
I'm
virgin
just-
years.
I'm just any Google search will pop this up. That's why I'm just stating it.
Yeah.
It is literally usually the first result that pops up.
To the
But-
point where that hurts the community a lot too, because that's what people think it is.
Yeah, it really does, and it's unfortunately because like that maybe is like not the majority, the actuality of the majority. That's like the vocal minority.
Mm-hmm.
But that vocal minority is so damn loud that it just becomes the entire identity of it. And this is not just an issue with just furries. It's generally any fandom,
Mm-hmm.
like quotes there and everything. It becomes that way. Fandoms usually are just weirdly over obsessed toxicity.
Yeah, and well,
And-
it's any part of society too. It's the vocal minority that creates the negative looks at it because they're the ones talking the loudest, and that's what people that are incapable of thinking critically assume it's all about.
But-
Well, I was going to ask Zach, are you familiar with the situation that happened out in Utah's this middle school or whatever, where these kids were biting other kids?
I'm not. I just found out about that today.
Oh, I'm sorry, not Zach.
Stack.
Mr. Stack. I said the wrong name.
He just called you Mr. Stack.
Mr. Stack.
What's going on?
Would you like to read the article if you had it up?
There's a middle school where that has, I guess, a large furry community, and they started
that the
licking
ones
and
that are,
biting
like-
people.
Is that the same place that was like, yeah, we give them litter boxes to piss and shit in?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so the first thing that pops up in that USA Today article is them specifically saying, "No, we do not have litter boxes. We do not have litter boxes. This is misinformation. This is bullshit. We do not have a bunch of children pissing in litter boxes. That is not true." That was the first thing they wanted to address. That's literally like the like the first subset of that article is addressing rumors. No, we do not have litter boxes. That'd be fucking wild. But also imagine, like, I could see some like impressionable kids like getting into the furry community, being like, "Well, I'll just piss on the floor then," and being like, "Jesus Christ, this is the only way to keep the floors clean. The janitor is tired of picking up human feces. Fine, we give him a fucking litter box."
That's something I would expect from like California, Oregon, or Washington.
You gotta give them their litter box, or else you're not accepting them. Like, no, I'm just not accepting shit in the
This
open.
is hate speech.
Yeah,
So, that's an interesting point, though,
But,
Stack, that you brought up. I actually used to live in Utah for a small bit of time,
oh god.
and they are very religious to the point where, like, on Sunday,
Well, it's Mormon. It's a large Mormon
Yeah.
population.
Yeah.
one of the things they usually do too, and I don't know if this particular school did it, but I've heard from friends that I made over there when they went to school there that they would take out one of your blocks or classes, completely take it out. So you would have to go across. You would have free time, but technically this free time was you would go across the street to the church to have service in the middle of your school day, and then go back to the church grounds because they weren't allowed to have it on the actual grounds.
That's fucking wild.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean,
to me.
again,
And
I'm
then
not
just
surprised
imagine-
with it being Utah, just because, again, very, very high Mormon population.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
but
within
imagine-
that Bible Belt.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Stack. I didn't mean to cut you off. But just imagine, like, you go to that, you walk across the street, look inside, and there's a bunch of furries in your church.
You say that, but there is a freaking weird ass subsect of Christian furries. Just like there's the actual subsect of the bad World War II guy furries. And it's like, What the hell?
What the hell?
Yeah. So wait,
Yeah.
there's some really there's a lot of different strange subsects. Then what's the weirdest? I mean, I'm almost afraid to
What's the
ask you.
weirdest stream appropriate subset of furries? What's the weirdest subset of furries that I will not get in trouble for you saying in front of Isaac?
That would be the. This is like you had a video about my brother talking about this in the background being loud as
Yeah,
hell and
yeah.
everything. The Russian cult of Gadget Wrench, like literally Gadget from Chippendales. There is a Russian cult that is essentially an Orthodox Christian cult that follows. That worships Gadget from Chippendale Rescue Rangers.
Okay, that's upsetting.
That's very specific.
Yeah, that's very, very, very weird.
You asked for a specific niche. What did I?
You did deliver. You definitely delivered. But
Yeah,
man,
no,
that
good
is
job.
Extremely specific. You just imagine trying to sell it to the other furries, just like, hey, so Gadget from Chip and Dale. What do you think about him?
You know, I am gonna make a video out of this conversation just because I want to because I just thought of a title. It's gonna be called "Interview with a Furry."
Oh no! If you want to do an interview on the shit and everything, like, dude, I apparently became a furry in like 2010 when I fully discovered the internet, and it was.
I love that he said I apparently became a furry. This was something that happened to him. He got bit by a were furry. He got bit by a toxic raw XD girl and became a furry.
I fucking believe it, dude.
He got licked by a furry in middle school and then became a furry.
He went to the dark end of 4chan, met someone, and that's how it happened.
No, not quite. Did have out-of-state girlfriends that would fly into state, but no.
Oh my god. I apparently became a furry on this day. He looked at his service record and that was when he found out. Yeah, this was the day they accepted me as a furry. That
was when I discovered the internet unrestricted and its infancy and just the Wild West that it was back then.
You're like, oh, this is me now. This is all that I am. Okay,
no,
so
it's more like this is interesting art.
It was 4chan, 100%. Deviant art for sure.
Yeah.
No, Deviant Art actually wasn't until 2005.
Holy crap, you're like an original OG furry.
He's like 73, bro.
No way.
How old are you, Stack? I always forget.
I'm 34.
Yeah, 73.
Oh.
Hey, if that makes me 33, you're 65.
No, that's not how it works. It's like dog years. So I'm still just 30. In fact, I'm
How's it feel
29.
being old?
Fuck you. I hate it. Okay, so like
dog years to a furry.
Okay, so Stack of because I knew people like this in high school, but like as an adult, and I've met some people like this as adults, but as an adult, about how much of because there's that subset of the furry community that legitimately believe, or at least say they believe, that they are a reincarnation of a, and I actually had that in my the guy who never showered video. He believed this to an extent.
Yeah. Great video, by the way.
Yeah, it took off really well. And it was just like, I mean, thank you, Rick, for providing me such good content, 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's what he was doing.
12 years ago, fuck. But I knew people in high school that believe this, and I met some adults that at least say they believe this, but believe that they are a spirit of an animal in a human body. Like they legitimately believe that they are the spirit of an animal in a human body. Like how wide set would you say that is amongst the furry community?
Very niche. That is so niche that they actually have their own title and name to that crap.
What is
that?
That
Is
really?
Otherkin.
Otherkin?
And Otherkin, and it's not just limited to animals or anything. Some believe themselves that they are the spirit of a vampire or a dragon or some historical figures.
I see you, Melon.
That's wild. Later, Melon.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know.
had one of the ones I knew in high school. He believed himself to be, and apparently still like into adulthood for a while. Still would say this. I kind of lost contact with him, but I knew people that were like friends with him. Um, that he believed himself to be the reincarnated spirit of a dragon, and his girlfriend at the time, who he married and had a kid with, and this is very disappointing for society as a whole, married and had a kid with, believed that she was dating a ghost, and at one point asked one of my friends to allow this ghost boyfriend of hers, who was named Adam, if I remember correctly, to possess her so that they could engage in adult relationships with each other. Um,
Isn't that an actual story, like episode theme for Star Trek Deep Space Nine? The one weird ghost once possessed the one woman's mother's dead body. Then everyone's kind of just like, "That's a cadaver. You're what? This is weird."
I
Whoa.
don't know. Hey, maybe that's actually where she got this idea from, and it was just co-opting it from Star Trek. Uh, I, I'll be honest. The only Star Trek thing I've watched well is Lower Decks. I never got super into Star Trek. It just seemed like a lot. But I know that was this dude. That was his belief, and apparently, well into adulthood, at least last I heard, he still kind of believed this thing, and now he has a kid. But you're saying that's very niche. That's not a common one.
No, that is not a common one.
Thank God.
Yes. So, on the note of the Star Trek episode, it's the episode Sub Rosa.
Gotcha. Yeah, I have no idea. That might have been a legitimate game. I just remember hearing that. And then when we obviously I had Rick, who I talked about, who was an adult, was at the very least 21 years old, and thought he was the reincarnation of warriors, and said he had the spirit of a dragon, and he had the spirit of he was reincarnation from ancient warriors and shit like that.
I've dated, like, I've dated people that they believe that they were a vampire or that they were a werewolf.
Yeah, it's one thing, because to me it crosses the same thing as for the most part, for like what I imagine the greater, in my mind, what I imagine the greater furry community is like, and I'm dating one. What? That was a secret. But what I imagine the greater part of the furry community is mostly it's similar to what cosplayers get out of it. This is a sort of my opportunity to put myself in character, because when I put myself in a character, I can be someone else and I can manifest myself as someone else and behave like someone else. It's therapeutic.
LARP does the same thing.
What?
LARP does the same
Yeah,
thing.
it's very similar, and I imagine that's what a lot of it is with, like, because it's similar to like what LARP people get out of LARP and what people get out of cosplay. Is I imagine that's what a lot of furry is. It's just their character is a furry. So like, okay, what was your journey in becoming a furry? Like, why are you a furry? Like, what do you get out of it?
Originally, it was just mostly the art.
Okay. You just
Like,
had
that was
an
really-
attachment to the art.
Yeah, it was different because, like, at the time I was kind of getting into D&D and everything. Most people just play human, and it's like, yes, all the races: human, tall, skinny human, aloof, pointy-eared human, short human, and just it's just kind of like, eh. Then it's like, cat people. Okay. Then about the same time, that's when Morrowind all started, like, was out and everything. It's like, okay.
I can be a Khajiit.
All the other races are kind of the same thing. Khajiit, interesting. Night vision, being able to jump, more damage. It's like, just seems to have, like, mechanically better things. And then just became, like, looking more and more into the art and everything. At the time, you had that weird late 90s, early 2000s art transition where art itself was becoming highly corporatized to where it's like, okay, well, what art is still kind of expressive and everything? And it was a large chunk, for whatever reason, furry art.
No, that's an interesting way to definitely get into it artistically. Because I mean, when I was younger, I liked a lot of art that was like anthropomorphized animals and stuff. My MySpace background was was a werewolf with medieval armor on and a sword because I was a little fucking edgelord.
Would be.
Yeah, and the music on my MySpace was like all Disturbed and Linkin Park and like 3 Days Grace and shit like that. Uh, so that's very much an interesting way. And I imagine. Okay, so that's you. What would you guide like? What are the different? And remember, keep it in PG-13. The different categories of like furries, like the different, I guess, lifestyles of furries that you're aware of.
I would say you have the casual ones where it's like people that are there because like art appreciation or something. You have the tourists, which is basically it's like I watched Zootopia, so I'm now into furries. It's like okay.
It's kind of like
Maybe-
the cosplayers that they like wearing cosplay to cons, but they store by it and they don't actually put the effort into it. But when an opportunity arises, they wear a cosplay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then you have the weird degenerates, because every fandom has the weird
It's
degenerates.
true. Every fandom has the weird degenerates.
Yeah,
That's
we're
kind
right
of
here. We're
self-explanatory.
right here. Don't come on.
That's generally just kind of like the three breakdowns of it. You have the people that are casually there, the people that are like, I'm here because I saw this at a passing glance and it's the cool fad thing, but I don't really care. Taurus, and then you just have the degenerates, which will always be there,
Yeah.
frighteningly. You can never escape them.
No, you can't. There's always the yeah. There's always someone creepy somewhere ruining everything for everyone.
And it being how now that many corporations have realized, oh, why are we tapping into this furry community? They have suspicious amounts of money and aren't spending it on anything. I want that money.
How do you have a fursuit? Do you have like an actual fursuit?
No, because I do not have anywhere between
I was about to
roughly.
say like yeah, because it's really expensive.
Like, not gonna lie, would like the idea of it, but at the same time, I don't have anywhere between 2 to 10 grand just sitting around, and that's for the decent
Wow.
ones.
2 to
That's-
10 grand. That's like a new car, like a crappy new car, but a new car.
Yeah, I know.
Well, there
Now,
was that dude in Japan that spent like I think $25,000 on a suit that made him look very realistically like a border collie.
That's an entire different set. That's like if fursuits, you go into the different styles. You got the cartoony looking ones where it looks like Goofy, like Donald Duck and all kind of cartoonish ones.
Mascot style.
No, mascot style is actually a separate one
Okay.
because mascot styles is more like, hey, this is kind of reminiscent, inspired by a mascot related to something of a reference to something real.
Yeah.
Then you have the surreal style, which is the that looks too much like an actual real animal. Those are weird.
Those ones
And
probably strike me more as I imagine those are the ones that maybe have that belief that they are this animal.
I don't know. Like I can't really talk shit because I actually have designs for an actual full-on animatronic fursuit head. I've actually made the computer programs in Python and everything for it and all, where it uses motion capture, tracks your actual facial features and everything, and with a bunch of actuators and actual little things and all would set up for the actual fursuit head to emulate what your like facial reactions and everything within the thing is to the outside. So I can't really see shit.
I mean, that's fair. And I
Ballpark
guess it's
that
kind
is
of like,
starting at-
if what?
I said that design, if I were ever to build it, ballparking it, it's going to start at like 15 grand.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of too. It's a matter of like, if you're gonna do it, you might as well go all out. But it is still conceptually different than like an actual. I want to look like a giant cat. Like I want people to think, "Wow, that's a big ass fucking cat." Because most fursuits I've seen are cartoonish. They're very cartoonish.
Well, you also had the people that it's like they want their character to be as more to lifelike as possible and not just be, oh yes, this is just in the confines of just pencil paper stuff.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot too. I feel like a lot of it originates from yeah, your OC comes from. This is just a cool thing I draw and I drew and I identify with very much, and you start putting your personality onto it or putting a personality onto it, and it's sometimes it's a bit of wish fulfillment of this is who I wish I was.
I kind of feel like mine's is more of like a reflection. In the beginning, it was like, oh, this is what I want to be like, and just over the years changing and everything, it's just been like, yeah, this is kind of how I am, who I am,
Yeah,
like a visual representation of it. Because the design has definitely drastically changed from the original to what it is currently.
yeah. Well, do you have anything else to talk about? Any more things that you would want a layman to know about freedom?
Yes, if you are a parent, watch your children and their access to the internet. Unfortunately, there are the weirdos, and unfortunately, in this day and age, the weirdos are out there. Make sure
Yeah.
you keep up with what your kids are. You don't want to become one of the degenerates.
And I think there's got to be a level too of in general, like supporting your kids' interests, but also making sure they don't lose track of reality. They don't
Yeah.
they don't become the person that is making people think there's a school in Utah with litter boxes.
The best person I can point out that supports their kid and everything, that's a furry and all, I forgot his name, but in Insane Clown Posse, he's one of the lead singers.
Really?
Yeah, his daughter is literally a furry, and he went so far as to get an actual like ICP fursuit made of his actual face paint and everything as like fur pattern and stuff.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, good for him. And I mean, I feel like very much is a thing. Like, support your kids' interests as long as they don't. I don't want to say become a problem, but as long as they don't.
As long as it's a healthy.
Yeah, as long as they don't
But
lose
that-
track of reality, as long as they're not like, and as long as they're not using it as their excuse to treat people differently. Because again, there's people in the cosplay community and in the furry community that are very much like, well, this is how a dog would act. It's like, okay, but we're fucking
I'm
people.
a furry. How dare you be a scaly?
What is that a thing?
You look. That is a thing.
Oh,
You have
no.
furries, which are generally like cats, wolves, anything with fur.
Yeah,
Scalies are usually like reptilians or anything. You have avians, which are birds and such like that. Amphibians are frogs and stuff. But yeah,
do
there is
furries
some-
hate scalies? Is that a thing?
Those
You
are
have
hate
s-
among furry groups. That's what it sounds like.
Yes, it is. Like you literally have this essentially furry race wars between some smaller groups. And
Why?
I wish I was joking by how stupid this is.
Dude,
Okay,
like,
I need you to explain to me though, like
it's like
why?
LARPing,
like
but with fursuits on.
Like,
and you
what
actually
is-
fight to the death.
what is the reason why that, like, is there a justification, or is it just some nerd one day decided, and I'm being a dick to nerds, but some nerd one day decided, no, this is how you properly fursuit it, or just like wanted beef, just wanted drama for the sake of drama?
Kind of both. There are some groups that is literally just, oh, you got this fursuit from this creator. I don't like them. We're all gonna hate them for this reason. Then you
Wow,
have
really?
others that is just basically people being the disgusting people, but now with a coat of furry paint.
Yeah, I feel like that's so much
Again,
like high school bullshit. Like,
it is, because you literally have the group of bad people from World War One and Two, furries, and they fully believe the ideology.
that's
Even though by the same words of the ideology, they would be ended because of the fact that they are considered a degenerate by the ideology,
that's so that is
but they still follow it.
That's a good question. Is there an ideology that people more or less follow then?
yeah.
There is.
Is it like is there like a code,
The-
a furry
it's-
code?
Generally, the furry fandom itself, at least like the general aspect of it and everything, it's don't be a dick. Make sure if you post any art or anything, try your best to credit the artists. Don't rip off of somebody else's OC or anything. You can be inspired by it, but don't rip off of it. Like, try to be a little bit original. These different rainbow colors are some bullshit.
Hmm.
But it's generally it's just don't be a dick.
It's a
Don't
pretty
be a dick.
standard one.
Accept other people. Other people are going to be weird. Don't judge somebody. Kind of like just normal societal rules and expectations.
Would you
But
call
a
because
very-
you've been saying go on sorry.
Is just like it's all that, but it's just in a very hyper sealed micro vacuum chamber.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, you've been saying furry fandom. Would you call it more of a fandom, more of like a culture? Because a lot of people seem to treat it like it's its own subculture. It's not just a fandom, but it is a culture. Because like the difference is a fandom is yeah, these are people that really like this property and will be excited about it and talk about it, whereas a culture is more nuanced than that and has more more identity with it and kind of rules and subsets and
I would say there is the furry like subculture,
mhm.
but I myself am like I live very much in the real world where it's like I cannot indulge in that level of just separation where it's more like I myself am like, yes, I'm of the fandom, but the actual good part of it, because I have the thing that I still have my normal identity. I am me.
Yeah.
I'm Stack.
Mm.
I'm not, yes, I am Sparkle Wolf XD35.
Is that
This
your
is how you will.
what is your furry name? What is your furry character? What's your OC's name?
Oh no, dude.
Uh,
I don't want to.
my
out you
OC's
like that.
name is Ray Von Lovely.
Oh, so that is quite literally just your OC's name?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's been that way since the beginning.
Okay. Okay, I did not know that. What
I
are
know.
what are some things you would say are appropriate or inappropriate things to ask a furry?
Oh, we should have asked that beforehand.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm asking it now because I'm like,
Oh,
you know what?
no.
Because you were just like, oh, I don't want to out them like that. I'm like, well, is that something that you shouldn't ask a furry, like their real name
That's a good question.
or their OC name?
I mean, the OC name generally for furry, like, it really depends on if the person's like an out there open furry.
Mhm.
They really won't care because they'll be like, hey, yeah, this is my character. This is like everything associated with them. It's a way for them to actually be like, oh yeah, these are also the artists I support and all. They got this, this, and this. Because like an example I can give.
Go on.
Because you look on
Yeah.
Twitch and everything,
Mhm.
and you see the actual like my profile picture and everything. That is a Catman picture that I got, and the artist that I commissioned to do that was Admiral Hayho. He does really good work. That's like very kind of surreal style and everything. I'll send you the full thing. You just slap it up like the full body and all.
Yep.
However, it's like the other thing of that is some furries they want to go by their character name because it's like LARP. Hey, I'm here as this character in LARP. You will refer to me as this character in LARP. So they see it as, hey, I'm here as my OC and everything, so refer to me as my OC. some people, they just really do not want any kind of connection or anything to it. They don't want it to publicly be known, hey, I'm a furry or something. So they're like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about any of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, okay, so effectively, I guess the question is if you are talking to someone who like is publicly like, yeah, I'm a furry, what is and is not appropriate to like ask and discuss them? Is there like a thing that's like, hey, don't ask this?
Yeah, don't ask them what their internet search history is.
Okay, fair.
Shit,
That
I'm
makes-
a furry.
Yeah. Oh shit. No, that makes
Wait.
sense. I don't think you ask anyone that to begin with. That's just a generally inappropriate question. Don't ask that.
Yeah, but the furry fandom got some weird stuff. Like,
Yeah.
there's some weird stuff with furry, and don't Google it. That's all I'm gonna say. Do not Google it, or if you do, have fun with a safe search. Hope you have it on.
Yeah, I have an ex that was. I don't know if she was an in denial furry or if she was a closeted furry. Because she would constantly say, I'm not going to go fully deep into this just because, again, PG-13, but she'd constantly say, I'm not a furry, I'm not a furry, I'm not a furry, but I like this. And I like this, and I also like this, and I like this. And then I did not even realize that, oh, wait, no, she was a furry. Or at least that subset of furry for that particular reason. Until I was talking to someone years later, and the kind of topic of that subset of furry came up. And I was like, yeah, I dated someone that was like, they weren't a furry, but they like this, and they like this, and they like this, and they like this, and blah, 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 blah. And they were just looked at me as like, dude, you dated a furry. It's like, no. It's like, why do you think she's not a furry? It's like, because she told me she's not a furry. Oh, wait, hold on. I dated a furry. Which there's nothing wrong with it, but like the fact that she was so vehement about, I'm not a furry, but, like the blah, blah, blah. This is like, huh. It was a weird revelation to have as a young man that I did, in fact, date a furry without ever realizing it.
There's also a weird cross between like primal kink and furries.
Whoa, hey.
I'm not going into details.
Yeah, let's leave that word out of it too, because then all of a sudden, YouTube algorithm.
Oh, is that what happens?
YouTube algorithm's fucking weird, man.
YouTube algorithm pull primal up as being like the actual.
No, the other word, the K word.
King. I gotcha. I get it.
Yeah. But no, like YouTube algorithm's weird. Like I've posted a video before where I said fuck, and then another one I reposted later because I forgot that to censor it, and then I repost and it didn't do well, and then I took it down and I censored it and posted it up not too long later, and it did great because they can tell that you say the word fuck, and they're really weird about it.
Well, I have a question. Have you experienced any hate? Like, because I've seen a lot of there's a lot of people like who are either they love furries or they despise them, and they're
Like
very
Melon.
kind
Melon
of-
hates. Well, he's gone. I'm not gonna make fun of him now. He left.
Well, I mean, oh, I hope I didn't.
No,
wait, who
no,
left?
Melon.
Isaac. Melon left. Oh, okay.
Oh, I didn't even know Isaac left.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's really dependent on like the group of people because, again, like anything, you have different levels to it. You have some people that's like, I hate furries just because somebody said furry's bad. They don't even know what the hell a furry is. They just know, well, a lot of people said that they're bad, so I hate them. The bandwagon kind of people that's just like, oh, it's really cool to hate this thing or just disagree with it, so I'm gonna hop on that.
Yeah.
You have the people that it's for some weird kind of notional religious reason or something. Like you have the like religious extremists that's like, oh, furries are really bad and all. Basically, kind of like how like the whole D&D scare, the Yu-Gi-Oh cards, Pokemon, those same kind of fear.
Utah.
Apparently not. Apparently Utah is the furry place to be.
Yeah, but people are afraid of furries because of Utah.
Yeah, right.
I mean, they only have like several of the biggest conventions in the world.
Do they really?
Really?
I don't remember what it is, but I know that like one of the like furry conventions that is there, like yearly.
Why do you have a harvestman spider in my face? Oh, put him back. Yeah, let him kill
Ooh,
bugs.
Bring it closer to the camera. I want to see it.
No, it won't focus on it if you brought that in. Yeah. I don't like when I get harvestman spiders in my house. I don't get rid of them because I'm like they're just gonna kill the pests.
What
They're-
is a harvestman spider?
Daddy longleg.
Ah, okay.
I've learned to start saying harvestman spider because there's like 6 different species of insect that are commonly called harvestmen or are commonly called daddy longlegs, and only like 2 of them are spiders.
Yeah, never knew that.
I learned that because I got into an argument with someone on I love you. I got in an argument with someone on a Facebook entomology page when I posted a picture of a spider that I couldn't identify. I said, "What is this?" He was like, "That's daddy longlegs." Like, no, that's not a fucking daddy longleg. I know what a daddy longleg is. I'm not stupid. And they're like, "No, that's a daddy longleg. Those are daddy." I was like, "No, this is a daddy longleg. No, that's a harvestman spider." I was like, "Yes," and we call them daddy longlegs. That's not. And I ended up googling it, and like, yeah, Wikipedia page for daddy longleg. There's like 6 different species, and like only 2 of them I think are spiders. I'm like, okay, so we're both right, but still, what is the actual name of this type of spider?
Yeah, but yeah, I was asking about like if you've experienced any of that extreme kind of prejudice, I guess, hate towards furries. But like you said it seems like there's a
Yeah.
lot of people who just kind of like, oh, I heard it was good or whatever to hate on them, and so I do.
Yeah, I have, and it's also been for me. It's been like weird, different levels as well. You have the general hate where it's like, ah, yes, I just hate furries, and it's like, you're black. Why are you doing this white thing?
Mm.
I've had that one too.
That's that does seem, I guess, a thing that I can see how that would be, because you said the same thing with you being as a juggalo. You kind of got that.
No, juggalos, I really didn't. At least not from the juggalos themselves. Juggalo community is actually very weirdly.
Oh wait, are you
accepting.
saying other furries hate on you for that?
Yes, you can actually have some furries as like, what is a black man doing here in a furry? It's like, I haven't experienced that here. Hell, like the local furry group that I'm part of and everything here, they're very open. Like, one of the main head people of it that organizes it and everything, dude's black. It's like-
I've always wanted to go to a furry. Oh, sorry, I had a side thought. Go on.
No, you're fine. I just sounds like, yeah, it's generally like I've experienced some hatred and everything, but it's usually from just like the people that don't actually know what the hell is going on, or the people that is like, yeah, it's just normal hatred that you normally experience and everything.
This is different.
off.
This is weird, so I'm gonna hate it.
Yep, it's the I saw on the internet somebody said this, so I don't like it.
Yeah.
It's not even anywhere near what actually is going on. I don't care.
I'm surprised it hasn't been politicized yet. Like,
Oh, it's good.
furry,
It has its
furry rights versus, I think furry should be banned.
you say that, but in Florida and some other states, it actually has been.
Really? Like, in what way?
Like,
Well,
there's little legislation on the books referencing furry in Florida.
of course it would be Florida.
Hold on. Anti-Florida legislation. Anti-furry legislation.
There's people
In a
who go up and
surprising,
down-
this is Oklahoma, furries in the classroom. In a surprising move, House Bill 3084 has been proposed in 2024 Oklahoma regular legislative session. The bill, sponsored by Representative Justin Humphreys, aims to ban furries in the state public schools. What the fuck? There's a war on furries.
It's more so along the lines of, you know how with like certain adult sites and everything, they want you to put in your ID
Yeah,
information and
which
stuff
I,
like
I
that.
get. I do get that. It's annoying, but
They
I
say that
get that.
They say that is to protect the children, but in actuality, it's like, yeah, if this was to protect the children, it would be implemented everywhere. It's like, no, this is more just like information control and that kind of stuff. It's more a little bit along the lines of yes, well, people seem to hate this on the internet. I'm a fucking like 60, 70-year-old boomer in politics that doesn't know what the hell's actually going on with the hip young kids. So they hate this, and I'm going to hate it too. Vote for me.
Almost like it's just them trying to sensationalize something so they can say, I can take action on this. There, I made your children more safe by banning furries, by
I
not
was
allowing
against
fursuits.
furries. My constituent across the aisles are not talking about the threat of the furry menace. I am. Vote for me.
The furry menace. There's like someone that there's one kid that brings his pet to show and tell, his pet dog to show and tell, and you're like, you're crossing a line, Timmy. Jail.
Yeah, when I see the furry storm the Capitol, that's the day.
Like you get those.
Now, here's the thing. There's a very large presence of furries within the military.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, you're not
On
fucking
all
wrong.
levels and all fields.
Yeah, and unfortunately, my community was one of the ones that had a lot of them because my community was made of a bunch of fucking weirdos.
I gotta love the Navy.
Yeah. It's oh god. Yeah, but almost like it's just being politicized for the purposes of getting people on your side. Oh, he's gonna do something about this furry menace.
Furry menace.
The furry menace. Oh god.
Such a strange phrase.
Yeah. that is insane. That because I'm wondering. Hold on. I want to read the real briefest bit of this furry ban and see what it's. This is from Tulsa Kids is the website. I'm trying to see if there is a. Okay, here's one from an actual like org. Because here's a picture of a mascot. Are they going to start banning animal mascots now? Like what is the line when the law says it's a furry and not like a mascot or just some kid on Halloween? If some kid shows up to like Halloween dressed as your favorite character day, and
Is it used for a commercial product? If it is, then it's a mascot. If not, then it is legally not a mascot.
just and more on the phrase subculture and while elements of the bill such as getting animal control involved. What? And well, elements of the bill such as getting animal control involved. What would they? Okay, so they can't send the police to arrest you. They can't send the police to arrest you, so they send animal control to arrest you for being a furry.
Oh, that's crazy.
Because
You just have some kid wearing like a furry mascot helmet with one of those dog leash things on a pole wrapped around their neck, being dragged out of school.
That's
Well,
insane
you have to-
because I used to work for animal services in Florida, and I'll tell you, they don't have the capacity to handle a bunch of furries.
The furries will
Probably not
overwhelm
even
them.
one furry. Yeah, the
You have
furries would
to-
overwhelm the facility.
You have to remember, this is... Sorry. You have to remember that this is also because of the fact, like... Oh, God. Hold on. I have the weird talk-to-text thing on Discord, and it's going on.
I just imagine with
I'm-
the overwhelm them thing, I can just imagine like that scene in Hunger Games where they charge the Capitol, all those people charge the Capitol Bridge, but instead they're all in fucking fursuits.
Yeah, dude, just
So,
charging the Capitol.
The whole reason with getting animal control in on it is it goes back to people identifying as things in certain areas. So it's like, I don't identify as a human. You can't arrest me.
So it's like, okay, you got the sovereign citizens that are like, I'm a sovereign citizen. I'm not a citizen. You can't arrest me. And then you have I'm an animal. I want to be put in the pound with the puppies. You can't you can't handcuff me. Put a muzzle on him. Is that good?
Hey, how some places laws and everything are with like whole politics and everything of that, yeah, they kind of do. Otherwise, it opens them up to legal litigation and liability.
The House Bill 3084 bans furries in Oklahoma's public schools. Specifically, it prohibits public school students who purport to be an imaginary animal or animal species or engage in anthropomorphic behavior, commonly referred to as furries. First of all, anthropomorphic just means, like, I'm going to double check this, but it just means human-like. It just means human-shaped. Yeah, relating to or character, having human characteristics. So this law could really quickly be taken high into the right with someone like, if anyone engages in any activity that looks human, jail.
Technically speaking, that means that the Cars movies, they are anthropomorphic.
Yeah, they kind of are. The Cars movies banned. Acting like a human is banned. Yeah, everyone's got to act not human, because if you act like an animal, that is not acting anthropomorphic. But if you act like a normal fucking human being, that is acting anthropomorphically.
Well, what is it to be human to begin with? What if AI? Does AI then become anthropomorphic?
No one's allowed to walk anymore. The entire school is required to use like wheelchairs because walking is too human.
So we're just going to go full Wall-E.
Discussion about AI and anthropomorphism. That would be interesting.
Or engage in
for a long time.
Engage in anthropomorphic behavior, commonly referred to as furries, from participating in school curriculum or activities. Offending students would need to be picked up by parents or guardians, or animal control services would be contacted to remove the student. That's in the bill. That's in the bill. The animal control will be contacted to remove the student. What exactly are these furries doing that some feel necessitates ban? For the uninitiated, in the broadest sense, a furry is someone who with an interest in anthropomorphized animals, Matthew writes. That is, animals who have been given human characteristics, like an ability to talk or walk on their hind legs. They have a fursona. This outfit range from faux animal ears. And while dressing up as maybe confusing or while dressing up as as anthropomorphized animals may be confusing or unsettling to some, it is, as a general proposition, protected by the First Amendment. Attempts to regulate furry self-expression, where they're seriously advanced, would thus nonetheless face in primary and secondary education settings the same constitutional safeguards. So it's going to be shot down by the Constitution, but right now there is a bill being put forward in Oklahoma. When was this article dated? January 25th, 2024. So as of this year, there is a bill being put forward in the Oklahoma House of Representatives, which is the state I was born in, to make furries not only illegal in public schools, but require them to be removed from public schools by animal control. That is insane. That is wild.
Can you just imagine, like I said, I used to work for Milsters, showing up to work, and they're like, hey, we got a report at James Middle School. You got to go get this kid out of the bathroom.
No, it's even better because they're like, we got a report. There's a wild animal in James Middle School that you need to get. They refuse to say what type it was. So you go in with like your tranquilizer guns and your nets and everything else, and it's just some dude with like a not even a mascot outfit on. It's just some dude with one of those like 3 wolves shirts. Howling at the moon.
There, 3 wolf shirts, fedora, little cat ears on the fedora, just sitting there.
And it's some teacher just didn't even bother to ask him if he was a furry or not. No, he's just some fucking edgelord that likes wolves. But it's like, I was afraid to ask him. I've heard on the news what those furries do. Oh no.
Oh god.
Oh my fucking god. What is the world coming to? Holy shit.
Oh, it's going to get very, very much worse.
Oh, yeah, I believe that. I remember the days when people, like that dude just married his car, and that was like the biggest headline.
Yeah, that was just like a wild thing that wasn't even like everyone was like stunned by it because no one thought that would happen, and now it's like if you heard dude married his car, it's like, yeah, okay, it's weird, but okay. Florida. Oh my god.
So I had a question for you. As well. So if the technology eventually comes full circle enough where you can literally splice your DNA with animal DNA, would you do it?
Now the question is, what is the actual side effects in all of it? If it's to the point where there are very little like mitigatable side effects, and it can give me back my knees, ankles, and joints and shit, not hurting.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yes.
First in line. No, the reason why I thought it was a question is I remember an episode of Batman Beyond
Yep,
as a kid.
I remember that.
You remember that? Okay,
Yep.
cool. I'm glad we're both on the same furry.
Isn't
wavelength.
this theme of like half of comics, superhero comics, someone fucked up and spliced their genes with an animal?
Yeah, half of Spider-Man's enemies.
Yeah, it's like I was just a geneticist studying frogs, and now I'm a frog boy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wow,
I'm
how
not
do you
even a
stop being
furry.
mad?
I'm not a furry, but I would 100% splice my genes with some animals if I got the ability to breathe underwater or some of these superpowers. Like, yeah, 100%.
Well, what animal would you pick, Zach? You got to tell us now.
I mean, the easiest one is if I could get like some sort of way to breathe underwater without issue, so that I wouldn't have to like wear a BCD or anything when I go diving. That would be the first one.
Zach's gonna go with being a shark.
Yeah. What about you,
Never mind
Stack?
I don't fucking know. Because, like, it depends, like, again, how much of the actual characteristics of the animal are you getting? Are you getting just, like, the passive looks? Or are you getting actual flaws and shit that are then going to be thrown to a blender with the human mix of it?
Let's say it's advanced enough where it won't be too detrimental, but if you picked a cat, you would get hairballs, if you're going to clean yourself, right? That would be like...
Yeah. So would you have to look the part to some extent to get these powers?
I mean, I think that when you splice the animal DNA, I think, yeah, you would start to... That's what I'm saying. That Batman Beyond episode, you kind of start to take on the features of that spliced animal a little bit. You would still be humanoid in all form.
But then you
like,
also
would
have in that
yeah.
episode, it also talked about the psychological aspect, because people
That's
that stayed
true.
spliced for too long started be exhibiting more animalistic, like, tendencies and attitudes and behaviors versus just being normal.
Well, wasn't that like a plot point in Animorphs too, where if you stayed in your animal form for too long, you would just kind of become it?
No, Animorphs was if you stayed in the animal form too long, you physically became the animal. It was you lost the ability to transform back. You still could talk, you still had your human mind, you're just stuck in an animal body with animal instincts.
I guess for me too, it would come down to how much of those characteristics would I take on. Because if it was like, okay, I could breathe underwater, but I just had to have gill slits right here, then yeah, that's not too bad of a thing. But if I started getting like really scaly and grew a fishtail and shit like that, that might end up becoming...
Dude, at that point, you wouldn't really even be spliced. You'd be more like just living Waterworld.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Waterworld, he just has gills and webbed feet. So that's not too much of a problem. Because that's real easy to deal with. Like, that's like, okay, if you don't want people... Also, is this like we are uniquely doing this? Or is this a pretty much all of society is doing this, so it's not a weird thing to...
Well, the other thing also is that, okay, so if you do become this half animal, half human, like, hybrid thing and everything, how exactly is it, like, physiology-wise? Are you going to be having still human reproductive organs? Are you going to be having animal ones? Your legs, are you going to be having regular human legs with just, like, animal feet or anything? Or is it, like, you're getting full digigrade? Then at that point, is your actual body structure, are you going to be human body structure? Are you going to be kind of like a cross in between to where you can walk on all fours, stand straight up, go to walking on two? It's a lot of stuff that goes into it to think about it, and it's like, is it all worth it?
Yeah, because then if I decide to be a fish boy and I fall in love with a dog girl, but we can't have kids because I have fish DNA and she's got dog DNA, that's just...
I'm pretty sure we're at the point where we're genetically engineering people like that on scale, commercial wise. Yeah, that ain't gonna be a problem. They'll just throw both your things into a blender. There you go, and Yahtzee, here's your baby. Sorry,
we have a child and it looks like some fucked up fish dog, or do we just create a sea lion? We just give my wife gives birth to just a literal sea lion.
You forget there is dogfish though.
Yeah, but they
Yeah.
don't. That's just the name of a fish, whereas
I
the
know,
sea
but
lion is an actual like. It's like
but is that the cosmic humor of it? Is that the universe laughing at you? Ah, yes, the dog and the fish, and here's the dogfish boy.
and that's
Ha
how we
ha!
realize that we're living in a simulation because some computer just fucked up and said, "Okay, dog and fish. We have something called a dogfish that looks nothing like either of the two." Because a dogfish looks more like a shark. At least a seal or a sea lion looks kind of like a wolf in the sea.
I guess the reason why I was asking another part to this question, why I asked was, right now one of the biggest things is LGBTQ and people transitioning. So if people in the furry community could transition to animalistic, features, do you think they would belong in that same kind of grouping of LGBTQ plus and be
No, because
involved with that?
that's also a different. It would honestly become its own separate thing, because you're talking someone transitioning their gender
Mhm.
as one thing and everything. Like they feel like they identify as one way, so then they themselves transition to feel like what they identify as and everything. Versus, yeah, hi, yeah, I can just completely change my genetics. I literally could just become a separate entire species to human.
Yeah, it's transition surgery and whatnot is you transitioning to something else that's still within the current what we'd call wild genes for the species. Wild genes refers to these are just what you would naturally find in the environment. So it's still representative of what you would find within the human species. It's just not how you were born. Whereas a cat dog man person man bear pig is something completely different. The man bear pig is not something that you would find in humanity without massive human intervention.
Not just that, but then you would also have the thing of xenophobia becoming completely different by definition, to where it's like, oh yes, it just meant alien. Now you actually have xenophobia. It's like, yeah, this thing ain't even human.
Yeah, it's that would introduce a whole new because we talked about it before. Me and Stack, we were playing WoW, so this was probably back in January, February. Of I mentioned how cool I thought it would be if we actually did live in a world where there was all these different fantasy species and fantasy races that were here's elves and here's humans and here's drow and here's gnomes and tieflings and all this cool different stuff, but we as a species and as just a general society have a problem accepting people for having a different skin tone than us. There's no way in hell there wouldn't be massive issues if there was, oh yeah, over there those are people that have tails and these ones have horns and these ones have wings and these ones have gills. That
It
would become
just
a whole fucking thing.
it literally becomes Rick and Morty episode where when Unity let the people go, oh, I have any nipples, I have outies.
Disgusting. I can't believe that. That's absolutely horrid.
Yeah, people have Audis. Oh my god, what?
Yeah.
Chevrolet all the way. God damn.
Unthinkable.
No, yeah, I don't feel like. No, I also think there might be a level of if one by the time society reaches the point that we could do that, hopefully some of these issues will go away
Right.
of that, and I
Well,
think there might be a level of if this was there's a human tendency to find reasons to otherize a group and blame them for everything because then it's not your fault and they're the enemy and blah blah. So we have this tendency to do that as a species. But I think if this was a man-made choice that people were, if everyone could just identify, and it's I already know this is kind of wrong, but I think it maybe not be as bad as what we see just historically because of the fact that everyone knows that this came from science and not from that does that make sense what I'm saying kind of where it's like everyone
Yes,
knows get
you're
that.
saying because the source is a scientific more approach than that of
Yeah,
a
than a cultural
transition.
development or
Yeah.
a creator or there would be less room for people to do some of the stuff that happened like in the 1800s and in the 60s, where they were coming up with every scientific reason why, oh, well, evolution and blah blah blah, because this would be like, no, someone just made a choice to be part fish, part dog, part cat, part whatever. um and I think that might stop that, but at the same time you see transhumanism isn't the right word, because transhumanism applies to biohacking, but I'm gonna say transhumanism, where there are people out there right now that have had lots of surgeries done to look like lizards and cats. Like those are two very popular ones out there right now, where there's someone that had their tongue split, they had their ears removed, they had their nose removed, and they got tattoo art done to make them look like a lizard, and someone else who did the same thing to be a cat. Um, and there's definitely bias against that, but I think part of that bias comes down to the fact that that is so culturally abnormal that people are going to hate on it, because they're like, what is this person doing? But if it became culturally normalized to achieve this like transspeciesism, maybe it would be less. 1 second.
Yeah, because I've even seen people where they shape their teeth to look like fangs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, man. There's times when I'm like, listen, if I could get a little attachment that let me have ram horns on whenever I wanted to, I think that would look kind of cool. Like be able to remove them so I can sleep or so I can go to a business interview. But just one day, like, I'm gonna be a ram boy today. That would be kind of cool. But I'm also a monster fucker, so that that might be a little bit why I like that. I'm not including that part in the video.
I was about to say, I'm like, whoa.
I think it's pretty well known. I think it's pretty well known that I'm a monster fucker. Like anyone that's been around for a minute will know that. But also, I don't think YouTube wants to hear that.
No, not at all. TikTok might be interested.
TikTok might be, yeah.
Dude, you've seen the art that I have shared that I have made.
But so, I think that like transspeciesism would be an interesting topic. But like, yeah, I think if we lived in a fantasy world where this was just something that's natural, people might have more cultural biases towards it in terms of, well, those fish people are bad, than if it was just something like, yeah, this person really likes to swim, so they got this scientific procedure done to them that allows them to breathe underwater.
I honestly think the best example of, like, honestly, and it's surprising, of changing, like, getting animal features and everything, and it just being, like, societally, like, okay, it's weird, but whatever. Cyberpunk, surprisingly.
Yeah, cyberpunk, that subculture definitely has that bit of...
No, it's like...
unhumanism.
In the original Cyberpunk game, you could get...
Oh, you're talking about Cyberpunk. I thought you were talking about the subculture. I thought you were talking about the aesthetic.
No, it ties into that too, because this is also related. It literally has in it to where you have full body augmentations that this person becomes a cat or a wolf or a shark or a rhino.
Or just a little guy.
No, they didn't have ones that actually did height.
I was just making it. Okay. Thank you for stepping on my joke, you piece of shit. Thank you. Oh, God. Yeah. Okay, well, is there anything else that we should know about furries?
Yeah, at the end of the day, they're just weird people like everyone else.
Yeah, they're just people that like a thing, and there's no reason to have a whole lot of derision and hate for someone that likes something, as long as they're not hurting anyone.
I have one final simple, quick question, and all of us can answer this. What's your favorite Pokemon?
Gardevoir. Gardevoir and Lopunny.
You don't have to say why.
And you know absolutely why. With Gardevoir and Lopunny, 100. Lovander's my favorite pal.
Your favorite pal?
No, that's a hard one. That's a hard one.
Ready.
What?
You outed yourself now. It's too late. Lovander knows.
No, I mean, Lovander, yeah, is my favorite pal. Who would
I
be...
actually-
Stack, go. I'm going to think about this.
I don't actually know. I have to figure out what the fuck his name is.
I started in Gen 2. Let me pop up a list, and this is going to almost seem disingenuous, but I just can't think of all of them right now.
Zach pulls up the video of Markiplier Smasher Pass. Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah,
Are we just gonna play Pokemon Smash or Pass now for a podcast?
maybe. Let's see. I'm going down the Poke list. I'm going to stop after Gen 2 because I know it wasn't anything from Gen 3.
You can see the thumbnail now. What a furry really thinks of Vaporeon.
I mean, a lot of the podcast I have now with Rax and Randy is based around, talking about actual issues or things that are kind of, whatever. And then, like, we're going to have the ones that are just meant to be more funny. But getting, like, potentially another thing going, maybe, of it's just us talking about random shit. I don't know, maybe, if I have time for it. Because, I mean, a lot of the podcast is going to be kind of talking about random stuff, but talking about it sometimes from a much more serious tone. But just let's talk about stupid things and be dumb is not bad. Let's see. I really do like the Cubones. You know what? Rhyhorn immediately. Just because when I was a kid, I thought Rhyhorn was the fucking coolest.
It is pretty cool.
Yeah, I liked like Omanite and Kabuto just because I like I liked fossils and stuff like that. But Rhyhorn, when I was a kid, for sure, was like my favorite because I thought it was the coolest looking thing in the world.
Let's see. Personal Pokemon that I like just because it's stupid, it's goofy and all. Psyduck.
Psyduck is dumb as
Oh, yeah.
shit.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
that's
But the
the whole
thing is,
thing.
it's not actually dumb.
I hated Psyduck
actually
because
really-
of the anime. Because the anime makes you hate Psyduck because he's just a little shit.
It's like Psyduck is so intelligent that he hurts his own self thinking,
Yeah.
and it's like shit.
The most
I ended up
relatable.
doing that a lot.
He's a fucking nuke. That's what he is. He's a fucking nuke. He's thinking too hard and it hurts.
Other than that, I would say another Pokemon that has a pretty cool aesthetic, like the the three legendary Entei, Raikou, and Suicune.
Yeah, the 3 legendary
Yeah,
dogs.
cool.
Yep.
They are pretty sweet.
I did like them, and I started with Gen 2. I had Pokemon Crystal. So like those were the legendaries I knew were the legendary dogs more than anything. I don't think there was a way to get Ho-Oh in the Gen 2 games at all, unless you went to like one of the conventions or something.
There was, but it was a very, very weird way, and it was only in gold that you could.
Yeah.
Does it?
Only gold could get it.
I always thought Mewtwo was really cool, and hated the fact that Mew was the original. No, Mewtwo should have been the original. Mew's his retarded little cousin. Yeah, little cat boy. But I do
Probably
love
should've made
the
it-
theory that Ditto is the original attempts to clone Mewtwo, because they're the only two that naturally learn transform.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
And then the fact that Ditto's DNA was taken from Clefairy, which Clefairy had the actual transformation ability and everything, and it came from the moon.
Yeah. But the Pokemon lore just got crazier and crazier.
And then remember, you have the split off where you have the one universe and then you have the opposite universe.
Yeah, when did that get introduced?
That was right after, was it? That was the, goddammit, Kyogre and the other one.
No, that wasn't. That wasn't Gen
Groudon?
3.
No, it wasn't Kyogre and Groudon, was it?
No, because it was introduced in the game that was like a DS game or I think it was a DS game, and that was the one where they actually have the cable link is a gun that shoots into the other unit. It's a giant cannon that shoots in the other universe, and that explains why we used to have to use cable links to trade Pokemon. And that was when they officially like canonized the fact that there are 2 separate universes.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's fucking wild. But yeah, they in that game, I can't remember which one it is. You come across like someone that has this giant cannon, basically, and supposedly it shoots. It if it hits something, it shoots it into the opposite universe. So like they're trying to, I think, shoot a meteor so that it doesn't destroy their world, but it will destroy the world on the other on the other universe, kind of thing. and they call it the cable link. And it's a wild fucking thing.
Yeah, I'd have to look that one up. That'd be interesting lore video.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
there's Game Theory did a video on that.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
So
fantastic.
yeah, it actually was about that time as Kyogre and whatever the other one, I keep forgetting this name. Because
Groudon.
apparently, yep, Groudon.
Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza.
Rayquaza. But yep. So yeah, apparently at that point, that's when, according to this, Akuris, whatever. I'm not
Yeah.
the basic god of Pokemon. Basically, he created the other two ones that created other ones that then created those two, who then created the actual divine birds, being Lugia and Ho-Oh, and then they created the three elemental birds.
They went from, okay, we have this cool game and like there's not really much lore, but you catch these things and you fight them, to okay, we need to create more things because more people want them, to okay, now we're having an adult audience that wants lore, but we never fucking thought about lore, so we're gonna make some shit up. By the way, you caught God, but also there's like 17 different gods in the universe. Mew's the first Pokemon, but also there's what's his nuts.
Oh no, they covered that one. Like, how are you catching him in a Pokeball and everything in the past? Because that's also in the whole, like, you went to the past using like feudal Japan influenced Pokemon and everything. They explained that you're not catching him, you're catching like a fragmented image of him.
That's stupid. I hate it.
Yeah, that's how they got away from. Well, what if I caught God? How is God able to be God if I've caught him and he needs to?
And
do
also,
what I
why
say?
is God such a little bitch that can't win this fight? He just got bodied by a goddamn level 20 Raticate. What the fuck?
Exactly. So it's like, yes, that wasn't him. That was a fragmented image of him. You caught the image of it. He's so powerful, you caught the after image, and it's forever stuck there.
That sounds like some Lovecraftian type horror thing going on there. You caught the image of a god and you're forever cursed. You shall live with this in your brain forever.
That'd be pretty cool.
I don't think it would be
really
cool,
kinda
man.
Went off the reservation with Pokemon.
Yeah, they lost the plot a lot.
Well, also, it became from actually being something like, yes, we love our universe and everything, to, alright, what the fuck could sell?
Yeah.
What could sell? I mean, for the fuck's sake, they have a bag of trash as a literal Pokemon, an ice cream cone as a Pokemon.
They
They
do have that,
cell phones, a refrigerator, a microwave, a fan.
A candelabra. A whole ass candelabra.
That kind of treks with the whole like ghost theme and everything.
You know where they crossed the line with me though was Porygon, because then they're just like, yeah, we created this digital thing and brought it into the real world. That's Digimon, you piece of shit.
Actually, I'm pretty sure that was made as an insult to Digimon, because that was about the same time.
It might have been.
Because remember, you have the Digimon. I forgot. Hold on, let me find out what it is.
Are you talking about the virus one? The one
No,
that's
not
trying
the
to enter the world?
No, not that one, because Digimon actually had a Digimon that was a jab at Pokemon.
Yeah.
And it's literally... It's like a knockoff looking Pikachu.
Hold on. Digimon jab at Pokemon.
And I forgot what it is, but it literally looks like almost like Pikachu, but just stupid and Digimon-like.
Digimon that looks like Pikachu. I mean, they have Tokomon is the one. Tokomon and Palmon are both kind of looking like Pikachu, but I think those came like at the exact same time as Pokemon, because those are like some of the starter Digimon. Those are some of the like entry level base Digimon.
No clue.
Yeah.
I'd have to find out, but like figure out. But yeah, there's literally a Digimon. It's like first generation, and it is just straight up a rip-off and joke of a Pokemon.
Mm. Well, I mean, Digimon really kind of came first because the Tamagotchis existed, I think, before Pokemon. I want to say the Tamagotchis existed before Pokemon ever did, so Digimon came first. But also the thing where everyone wants to like compare Digimon and Pokemon, they're so completely separate in what they are and how the gameplay works and how they work and their lore works. That like the only real thing that's similar between the two of them is there's these little guys that you have that are like kind of like animals. But even in Digimon, they kind of start kind of like animals and then they become a whole crazy mess of shit. They either become a beautiful woman or a robot. Which I guess is how Pokemon kind of went, but not at first.
I know Dragon Quest had actually quite a few stuff out before Pokemon and Digimon were out. Because Dragon Quest, you did a monster game as well. I think it was like the Dark Prince or something like that.
Yeah, there was a while where there was a lot of things that were like that. I mean, there used to be a little handheld game you could get called Scanners, where you would scan barcodes. Like, you'd go to the store and you'd scan barcodes, and you would get monsters to fight with from that, and it was kind of this Yu-Gi-Oh! Pokemon-like game. Because it was, I would say it was more, it was Yu-Gi-Oh! Like in the collection style, but it was Pokemon-like in the fact that
You battled and everything with them.
That's crazy. That's so ahead of its time.
well, it was like, yeah, it was Pokemon-style turn-based combat. As opposed to like Yu-Gi-Oh, where it's like, yeah, my card attacks your card. This like the Pokemon you can, or the whatever you could get, had different types of attacks that they could do, and you fought them similar to Pokemon. It was really cool. I had it. I don't know if you can still get it, and I doubt that they have any modern version of it. But yeah, it was really cool. It made me excited to go to the store. Because I'd be like, well, my mom was grocery shopping, I'd be scanning barcodes to try to get new monsters.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, and then they had one called Pox that I really liked. Yeah, it's Skannerz. Pox was weird, and Pox was hard.
I don't even remember that one.
It was like a...
Isaac.
Why so many
Sorry.
eggs? Because I am trying to get 3 different perfect Yakumos that have exactly what I want, and they're being bitches about it. Are you okay?
He's trying to open up a Denny's, so he needs a lot
Yes.
of eggs.
You also smell like... you ever have those... You ever have those little straws that you put that little bit of glob on and you... and it makes a bubble? You kind of smell like that. Can I tell them about
You do
how you
wax?
accidentally sleep-eat yourself? Okay, so there used to be... What was the toy called, Des? Des, what was the toy called?
Just running away.
Okay,
Describe the toy.
they were like...
These little beads.
Yeah, they were these little beads that you would stack them and like use them to make pictures, like Orbeez that you would use to make pictures. And
Heat things.
maybe, but they ended up getting recalled from stores and completely recalled because they found that they had GHB on the outer coating of them, which is a date non-consent drug. And kids were putting them in their mouth and absorbing some of that GHB. That looks really cool. You should send that to Shade Kitty. Shade Kitty in the server.
Ooh, sparkly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of glitter.
But they recalled them from stores because kids would put them, as kids do, they'd put them in their mouth and they'd absorb this GHB and get knocked the fuck out because that's what the drug does. And we were watching this thing on, we were watching like a reel, and it popped up that toy, and Des is like, "Oh, I love those things. I used to like putting them in my mouth." And then, like, the next thing that got said was they got recalled from stores because they were found to have GHB, the date non-consent drug. And she's like, oh, and we just kind of started laughing. She's like, I like to put them in my mouth because they made me tired and feel good. Like, They made me sleepy and feel good. It's like, yeah, that's what that does.
I just more bit them between my like canines and everything, and just chew on them.
I never really did that after anything like that after a certain point, just because I got my hooligan musclehead ferocious. It doesn't have lucky on it though. I never really did that after a certain point, just because I at one point when I was a kid I choked on and I have like kind of an oral fixation. But as a kid one time I almost died choking on a marble. Because like I just had it in my mouth the same way like you would do with those things, and it went down my windpipe and I almost choked. And after that I got like very like, no, I didn't put shit in my mouth. I chewed my food way too hard. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, that went off on a tangent.
Yeah, we finished the furry conversation, so we had to have something else. I would potentially be down to start a pseudo podcast, something that maybe not consistent, just because scheduling, that is just us popping in and randomly talking about stuff, or it'll just be like an extra video I'll post on my channel that's just popping you guys in and or popping random people in to rant about things, and it'll just be another video for whatever that's easy to edit.
Well, we definitely need to embarrass you with the Pokemon Smash and Pass.
I'll do Smash Pass. I don't give a shit.
You're just gonna say yes to everything.
Yeah. No, not everything. Pikachu, gross.
Yes, he's more
That's
of a
where he's
Machamp
all
kind of
going.
guy.
Oh, goddamn right, Machamp. If they had like a female Machamp, hell yeah. Tess
Yes, he
just
wants
looked at me like, the fuck?
He wants to get suplexed into space.
Listen. Hey, what's the name again? Goddamn, I'm forgetting the name. How am I forgetting her name? Yeah, Rhea Ripley. If that marriage doesn't work out, you know, I'm here for you, baby.
We all want death by Snoo Snoo.
It's a gigantic goth muscle mommy. Actually, I think she's like 5'4" or something like that, but still.
I'm gonna head off and get some dinner, but it was a pleasure talking to y'all.
Yeah, it got weird.
Good luck with your muscle mommy goth adventures.
Oh, I always have luck with that.
Oh, that's good. That's good to hear.
Yeah.
All right, I'll catch you guys later.
Okay,
Take care.
see ya. Bye.
Bye.
About Isaac, about how much time investment does Bronzebeard Tavern take? Because I did just realize the time.
It's probably gonna have to be like a Tuesday thing.
Hold on, I'm going to put down some food right here for my pals. Food box. Oh, God. Yeah, I just realized, I also realized I haven't eaten anything today except for a little bit of frosting and some cheese. And I was going to go to the gym, but I realized it's 8 o'clock.
You got the 24-hour membership. Use it.
One Life Fitness doesn't have 24 hours.
Really?
Yeah,
I thought they
unfortunately.
did.
No, Anytime Fitness has that. But I've been to Anytime Fitnesses before, and they were shit. My ex had a Anytime Fitness near her, so when I'd visit her, we'd go to Anytime Fitness, and like the plates wouldn't match up. The equipment was rusted. They didn't have a bench. They had a power rack that they put a bench into. But that means like you'd have to you could drag the bench into there, but people would move it around so it wouldn't be centered every time. So you'd have to recenter it every fucking time.
But you also have to remember, pretty much Anytime Fitness is all the people that got rejected from Planet Fitness.
Yeah, I mean, I saw this thing that was basically you could get a franchise for an Anytime Fitness, and I thought about it because I'd love to own a gym, but also, no, I don't want, like, I would want my gym to be good.
And you must follow their guidelines religiously.
Yeah, they tend to be strict. If I opened
Remember,
a
you
gym,
must
I'd
allow
want it
that
to be my entire own brand of gym. I've thought about this. If I opened a gym, it would be like geek themed in a sense. It would be themed almost like you're in an MMORPG. I'd call it the dungeon because there's a style of gym, called a dungeon gym, and dungeon gyms are great. I love them. They tend to have rusty equipment and shit a lot, but because they're in a warehouse. But I would call it the dungeon, but it wouldn't be a shitty dungeon gym. It would be a gym that on the TVs it has Lord of the Rings or Star Wars or anime or nerdy shit playing instead of having like, oh, we have a powerlifting competition. No, this is the paladin competition. This is the rogue competition. This is the this and this and that. You could do a dungeon raid, and that would be entering a lifting competition or a fitness competition with a party of people. So, okay, this is your CrossFit guy, so he'll be a part of the CrossFit competition, and this is your powerlifter, so he'll be part of the powerlifting competition, and this is your this and that, and it'd be like a party, yeah, with
have
a party
everything
five.
where it's like team based.
Yeah, so it'd be all themed after like nerdy shit, and I would love to open that. That would be great. AMV either like fucking anime or Lord of the Rings or whatever other geeky shit playing on the TV at all time, or AMVs, and then fucking those types of competitions and shit. That's exactly how it would run. It would be great. It would be beautiful. Have cosplay competitions at the gym. Get your gym cosplay going. So you have to make a functional cosplay that you can actually work out in. I'd be Mike Guy all the way. I'm still thinking I might get a Mike Guy outfit and go to the gym as Mike Guy this Halloween.
Honestly, my goal is still to be like near Armstrong physique.
Mm,
That's what I'm going to the gym working on.
that's not easy.
Oh, I know.
Right now, my goal is just to cut down again to where I was like in like October of that. Like I want to be a little bit more cut than I was like at NecoCon last year. Is my goal.
My thing, what I am seeing right now is I am definitely slimming down. Like since I've been going to the gym for the last
Yeah, it
Three-
helps. It's
3 months
great.
going again. And the issue is that it's like, yes, I'm slimming down. Haven't lost any weight. Still about the same weight, which is what I liked.
Yeah.
But I'm slimming down. And the only problem with that is like, yes, I don't have money for new clothes.
Yeah, I will say that is that was the frustrating thing about losing weight, and the comforting thing about the fact that I gained a lot of it back was the fact that a lot of my clothes stopped fitting, but now that I'm gaining a lot of weight back, they fit again, which is sad. But also, hey, at least these clothes fit.
I'm literally at 3 inches. Like I'm now 3 inches thinner, and it's like, oh boy.
I lost last year when I started losing a lot of weight. I ended up losing about 10 inches around my waist. I went from 39 or 38 inches to like 28, 29 inches. Yes, love?
The living room and the hallway are all covered.
So
Okay.
what you want to do is
Fixed
you
it.
want to.
But I just wanted to let you know in advance.
So what you want to do is you want to get yourself a
love
static
you.
duster. That will
Stack
really
says
help
get a
out with-
static duster.
Because what it'll do is it'll actually.
He just went quiet. He was explaining. He just went fucking quiet when you said that. In
Your
case
cat
Stream
will
didn't
become
hear
your
that, in
static-
case Stream didn't hear that, she comes in here and says, "I want you to know I'm gonna fix it, but the living room and the dining room and the kitchen are currently covered in glitter, and I'm gonna fix it." I love you. We do need to run to Walmart so we can get a duster.
Oh, don't worry. It'll only get worse when Christmas comes.
Oh God, living with Des is interesting at times.
You sound happy, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I'm happy. I mean, sometimes I'm just like, "Rrr," but you know, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not even gonna make that joke. I'm kidding. Oh my God, it's like played up, but you prepare before the day. Is that sense? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Hold on, let me get my fucking guys making some berries real quick, and then I'll be set up here. And then I just need to get the Yakimos to. I need to check out which Yakimos I got that I don't need anymore, and then I might get off. Isaac, are you gonna be available Tuesday?
So I love this thing in Star Wars because you have like little toy little emotes and shit that actually still work as your healing thing.
Yeah.
So I have this thing that literally makes a fucking hobo barrel fire pop up. And your character just warms their hands around it and it heals them. So it's the force of the like hobo fire.
Okay. I mean, we could do until 5. I can start with Bronzebeard, because yeah, I also forgot that me and does need to run to Walmart today, and unfortunately, Walmart is no longer a 24/7 thing, which is the saddest thing. We got to pick up some shit from Walmart. Being adults sucks.
They decided not to go 24/7 because they could be cheap and not pay their workers. So.
Yeah.
Corporate America.
I mean, they use COVID as an excuse, but it was just they wanted to save money, and I get it. But I mean, especially this was really a thing for me, even more so after me and my ex-wife separated, because I have sleep issues and shit, and my depression maneuver was like in the middle of the night, I would just get bored and lonely, and I would go to Walmart and just wander around Walmart for an hour and get my grocery shopping done. Because during the day, I could keep myself busy and do stuff and walk the dog or whatever. But at night, and I have trouble sleeping, I just kind of feel lonely and shit, and I'd go wander.
What I would do is, because many a times I've worked nights since I was 16.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd literally be being awake in the middle of the night. It's like, okay, I ain't got shit to do. Everyone's asleep. Nothing's open. Let me go for a ride in the car. Oh, let me swing by Walmart. Just do some like night Walmart shopping or people watching. Because Walmart is a weird place, and the people that are there at night are even usually weirder.
Yeah.
You see such wonderful things like Pineapple, the 300-pound black man that would walk around in a Speedo, carrying a full pineapple year-round.
Jesus. Yeah, it's fucking wild. I didn't have any like regular side note because I was usually when I was there in the middle of the night, there wasn't a lot of people there, so it wasn't super an issue. But I would literally just be like, "Yep, I'm gonna get my grocery shopping here, and I'm just gonna take my sweet time looking at everything, just to be out doing something, distracted, because I was just not in a great place." And now there's just times where it's like, fuck, I forgot I need to get something for tomorrow, and Walmart's not open. Damn it.
I am surprised there hasn't been anywhere that like kind of stepped up and is like, hey, we're going to be the new replacement Walmart since Walmart isn't open 24/7.
All Walmart would do is open 24/7 again long enough to knock them out of business, and then...
Well, you remember for a while when Walmart...
What?
Sorry, I was saying, like, you remember for a while when Walmart tried to do 23 hours a day?
They had, because they had like, we need 1 hour a day for cleaning or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's what they said with turning COVID away from being 24/7 is so that they could use that, because it closes at 11 now and opens at like 5 or 6, and they said, oh, so we can use that time to do proper cleaning, of all the facilities to be COVID compliant.
You never saw a single mop in there.
Nope. Also, like, there's this level of almost like stupidness when they were talking about like how they were cleaning, because it's like, okay, cool, you're doing all this cleaning at night when no one's there, but during the day when people are touching things and those people might have COVID, that's when I'm concerned. Cleaning in the middle of the night isn't going to do shit when the moment someone gets in with COVID, now it's all there again. Like, if you're not cleaning during the day, it's pointless. So I didn't get that. I didn't understand what their thought was there. Didn't make a lot of sense to me.
See, it looks like we're doing something. Shut up. Don't question it.
I mean, that was pretty much it. It was was a little bit of kind of security theater, I guess, but for healthcare, which is fine. Whatever, that you got to do what you got to do, but. As a, I'm just, you know what? I'm gonna throw a fucking Normantide down here. There you go. Water the shit out of it, buddy. Then I gotta get the Yakimos tested. And once I got these Yakimos set up, I'm probably gonna get off. But I will. I'm gonna honestly end stream here. But yeah, Isaac, we could do tomorrow. I'll be, or we could do Tuesday, and maybe tomorrow if I find time tomorrow. But tomorrow's gonna be an editing day for me, so.
Yeah, I'll be at work.
Yeah. But at least then we could get a good bit in of Bronzebeard. But I'm gonna go. I'm gonna finish this up real quick and then head to Walmart.
Alright.